Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our second series of the night ready to go. We're going to be staying in the upper bracket where we get to see the winner will move on and face SMG in the upper bracket finals. We've got Bleed taking on Blacklist. Currently, Waga so far, these teams, they've played each other 4 times so far in 2023. And so far, there is a very good record for Blacklist. They are 3-1. There was a tournament at the start of the year in January that Bleed were able to win. But ever since then, in 1, 2, and 3, Blacklist have won every single series.
Yeah, they have been looking really phenomenal in the heads up, but we also got to see how they're going to do now. You know, a lot of those games are a while ago, while they're same year as now. A different patch, you know, different times. And looking at both the teams, what we've seen so far, both teams did go 2-0 in their first upper bracket match here, but neither of them looked completely clean. Both had an hour-plus game in their respective series, so it was, you know, hard fought for both of them to get here, and we'll see exactly how it's gonna shape out as they go head to head here.
Yeah, that's also like, I don't know how much I want to look into that. Sure, we could say like maybe if you get 30-minute victories, incredibly clean, but also, I don't know, there's something about Southeast Asian Dota where games just go ultra late. And I mean, we saw in that series in particular, like in game 2, the back and forth, you know, what was going on. You thought SMG almost were going to be able to come back and take it in the end. And Execration, you know, they still held strong with their lead. This is just what we see in Southeast Asia. There's some crazy comebacks, and sometimes they fall a little bit short with those opportunities, but we do have our draft underway. We get to see what's in store for us as well with these 2 incredibly strong teams. And really, just you go down the list of all the players, I mean, these are pretty much the only one that you could say does not have as much experience out of all 10 is really Corden. That's it. Everyone else has got so
it's stacked. It's so loaded. Yeah, I mean, there's just caliber players all around here. Like you said, it's absolutely crazy. You got some serious level of experience between the 10 players here, and you know, Corden, I'm sure that he's in good company here with his team, having, you know, DJ on his team, you know, Southeast Asian legend himself who can lead the way and captain the squad here. But we will see what they're going to get their hands on as we go through the draft here, and what the players are going to prioritize. So a little bit quickly here, we got Blacklist leading up with Avenge, Treant, Coddle, and Rubik ban. Rubik, something that we've seen time and time again be pretty popular since you compare it with Lead, though they respect the Phoenix as it is a support that Blacklists have used before, and also getting rid of the Brewmaster.
Yeah, we spoke about the players, but even the coaches as well. The battle that's going to go on both Adam and all 343 along with Misery. I mean, they too have a ridiculous amount of experience. So you mentioned the Phoenix Blacklist. They played it in both their games in their upper bracket round 1, and then we spoke about the Coddle as well with Bleed versus Boom, where they used it in 2 of their games. So a little bit of a different kind of supports we're going to see out of these teams in particular, but in regards to this first phase opener, really, it's something we've gotten a lot so far. Bleed, they're going to go down the Earthshaker route. Blacklist, their response is the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, very logical, very meta picks. And I like that in the first phase, taking a few bans to look what your opponents have done in their recent series and get those respect bans in. Not just banning necessarily meta heroes, but, you know, like Phoenix, not necessarily the strongest hero in the meta, but if it's what your opponents are comfortable with, get rid of it, make them play something else, because you do have so many bans in the first phase. Not too much to say about the opener here for Blacklist. Gyrocopter, it can be played support, it can be played as a core, doesn't tell too much other than that you have to be prepared for both. On the side of Bleed, though, that Shaker feels like it usually goes towards mid. You can flex it, but it's almost like less flexible than the Gyro to me.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I definitely think the best role for Earthshaker at the moment is mid. We see some people trying to play it off lane, but I think if anyone as well currently is going to pull off a position for Earthshaker, it is the man himself, DJ. So they do, of course, still have the potential to be able to put it in multiple roles, like you said with the Gyrocopter as well.
I love seeing DJ play those high-impact ultimate heroes. I mean, his Enigma is legendary, his Shaker also strong, but here we see a little bit of a vision advantage coming in as Blacklist grab themselves the Batrider, get that Firefly and stick a Napalm going on.
We've been talking a lot about potential counters to the Earthshaker behind the scenes when we've had discussions, and you brought up likes of like the Templar Assassin. We saw the Queen of Pain as well in the previous series. What do we think of the Batrider? Because this is one of Carl's best heroes. We don't get Batrider mid very often anymore. Often it's kind of like a 4 or 5, but is there potential for Bat to be a very dominant matchup into the mid Earthshaker?
I started thinking that the moment I saw them pick the Batrider. I think Batrider, generally ranged heroes do really well against Shaker. And I think the threat of Firefly Rundown could be pretty damn dangerous for the Shaker. So I don't hate it. At the same time, though, Shaker should be able to get Magic Stick and just rely pretty heavily on his Enchant Totem to deny. If Batrider goes for a dive, he could get punished with a Fissure and a counter TP from Sky now available. You could find yourself overstepping on Bat as well.
And let's see if they want to go for their early offlane here. Potential Legion, of course, is something we're already looking at with the Skyrith pairing. Press the attacks, very nice. First the Batrider. I know it's Bat doesn't depend as much on like Lasso with a lot of the changes, but still I feel like Blade Mail versus Gyro could be something you're looking at too, but they're going to go down the ET route.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this solidifies the Shaker being a core, picking up the ET as well. I like that they're hiding the offlane a little bit more, get some more intel here. Picking up the ET doesn't say too much about their safe lane other than that they might be running something like TB. Actually, the ET kind of has a pairing where it's good together with the ET, but it also prevents the opponents from picking it if you ever were in the spot here with it. So this could be a support Gyro and they want to run TB on Blacklist. The minus armor from ET Natural Order kind of just says no to that. So it's probably going to be a Gyro carry at this point.
Okay. Can we look at something like an Enchantress for Blacklist? I'm just thinking of like the Dispel versus the ET and potentially being able to collapse on the mid lane for the Earthshaker as well.
I like the idea of Enchantress, not only because of that, but also because the additional tower damage early on. I think a lot of drafts lately that I've seen have been lacking in tower damage, and that's when we see stuff like last series. We just saw the final game, the Naga offlane and TB safe lane. You can get away with really greedy stuff if your opponents draft no tower damage. So it wouldn't be a bad addition. They get some other tower damage still. Nature's Prophet here coming in. Probably not going to have the Treants too early, but Lion too.
Yeah, so continuing with a little bit of flex from Blacklist. Don't know whether Nature's Prophet nor the Batrider is going.
I think it's quite likely, though, that this is going to be a mid Batrider at this point when we see this. The Nature's Prophet, though, I like it, and Lion pairing up into it. I think having the immediate disable can be so useful when you're playing against Shaker. If he blinks in, Lion sits nearby, he can hex him or stun him immediately and stop that initiation. It's a valuable tool to have.
You brought up the Terrorblade. Is there another... Can we consider something like a Morphling for Jackie, one of his better heroes, and against the Gyro carry? It's got a pretty good matchup as well.
He could go for that. There's a little bit of danger going Morphling into Lion, but at the same time, he has good stuff to protect him, and I think that it's not too bad of a game here to go for it. They're going to pick up the Night Stalker first, though, so solidifying the offlane here. And as a hero that really doesn't mind playing against Nature's Prophet that much as well, and you get some vision advantage into Batrider so you don't get jumped. The NS ulti here is fantastic. You can fly over the Sprout, you get to see the Batrider or the Lion first, and it's not even that terrible to lane against the Gyro as an NS. I think it should be manageable.
We've had some really strong Night Stalker games so far, in particular with the Southeast Asian qualifiers. We saw Ice actually play versus Boom in one of their games, and then I think we even saw Army Genius's DB pulled it out as well against Vision, and he was like 8-0. In fact, I think it was like godlike at even 13 minutes in. So this hero is looking mighty strong at the moment. I'm a bit surprised we're not getting it as much as what we have seen.
Yeah, I think maybe people are just picking a lot of like customized offlaners towards the draft they're playing against so much, and Night Stalker is more, he's generally really good. I think he's good in a lot of games, but sometimes people see an illusion here, they're like, oh, we need Underlord or something to mess with it, so they end up not going for the NS quite often. But I would like to see this hero more. I think he's super strong, and like you said, it's had pretty damn good impact in the games that I've seen.
We'd have to say, though, probably one of the big weaknesses of Bleed at the moment is just their capability to take objectives, something that you brought up just before inside the draft for maybe Blacklist could fix, and they did that with the Nature's Prophet. So now we kind of need to see a hero for Jackie that's going to help them, open up Roshan and get these towers as well.
Yeah, probably going to see... I like the ban-outs coming out from Blacklist as well to touch that a little bit. I think Faces would have been devastating if Bleed got their hand on it with Sky in the team, ET as well to combo. It would just have been too much. And same with Sven. Sven is just doing amazing against Nature's Prophet in general and bursts heroes really fast. So Bleed ban out the OD and the Primal Beast. Kind of feels like they might be thinking about going for some form of illusion carry still. Like, we might see that potential Terrorblade still here. It wasn't removed. It's not a bad matchup into a Gyrocopter, so, and doesn't do that poorly against Batrider either. You are playing as the Lion who can kill the illusions quickly, but yeah, there it is. You don't care about Lion, that's the thing. And if Batrider jumps in to grab Terrorblade, the illusions might just cut him in half as well during the same time, so makes sense.
And they look like they're ready for that, though. Headphones are going on for Blacklist. It's like there was a couple options that they were considering out of Bleed, and then they were ready for this Terrorblade. So I guess one thing is with the Night Sork, I think it makes it a little bit difficult to go like some Zeus Tinker route to address the Terrorblade in that way. So we're going to have to see kind of another hero picked up from Blacklist, and we get to see where this Batrider is going.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the last pick is going to be here. Is it going to be, mid Batrider and support Nature's Prophet or core Nature's Prophet? They have a bit of flex still potential. Like, they can pick a mid hero, they can pick an offlane hero, and they can even pick a support hero. All of those are optional for them here. Looks like, Bleed banned out mid heroes, so they're expecting something like that. Or even the Darkseer here coming in. Okay, so Batrider, Darkseer. I suppose they want to run that. Is it going to be... No, Batrider mid. They're just laning it together with the Lion?
Yeah. So this is something that I was seeing a lot in Eastern Europe, that people were just picking Darkseer and Lion together. They didn't really care about like the double melee lane. It felt like they were putting a lot more priority on the vacuum into Earthspike as the game goes on. Just to kind of if the communication needs to be on point if you are going down that kind of wombo combo route. So we also saw yesterday though, right, when we were casting Myth Avenue versus Boom, it looked like a pretty good Darkseer game with a lot of value versus the Terrorblade, but still Darkseer's lane is not the greatest. It can be very, very easily punished. You've got a Terrorblade and ET, strong laners. We saw that game that they started with a tri-lane for First Blood. Do we even think there's a potential for DJ to start bottom to try and help secure a quick and easy kill into KP?
They could attempt that with the slow from Skywrath and ET punching people and then Reflection, some Blood Grenade. They could look for a first pickoff. However, this should be a more okay game than the game we saw back then, because they had Treant Protector, one of those super lane bullies, and Darkseer had a pretty weak pairing. He had Doom on his lane as a support. Here, I think he's more comfortable. Having the Lion, he's going to be able to stay a bit more active with harassment here and actually trade. So I do like the idea of going for the first blood, sitting around and then utilizing the portal to go back to the other lane. We'll see if there's going to be any ideas like that in this game, but definitely true that if Darkseer doesn't get to level up and doesn't get to level 3 quickly, then he can just fall behind to a Terrorblade. But the same can be true the other way around. If Darkseer does get any form of presence in the lane, that's a lot of magic damage he can bring to the table, and TB doesn't like that.
It could be very scary then as this game goes on as well, because again, we've spoken Darkseer versus Terrorblade. It's a very, very good matchup for the Darkseer being able to get those illusions once we get to the mid and late game team fights as well. So we got the draft set for our game 1, Bleed taking on Blacklist. Once again, just to reiterate, Blacklist, their past 3 series all been able to get the victories over Bleed. They have a very good track record, but we are in different waters. TI qualifiers now here, and we're getting to the stage where it's the upper bracket semi-finals. We'll move on to at least the upper bracket finals, and then potentially we'll see where they go from there and how they're going to be able to continue their run as well. But Waga, do we have a preference with this game 1 draft? Do we feel like maybe one side's a little bit more favored than the other?
I mean, I think just judging by activity here, I would probably say that I favor Radiant perhaps a little bit more, but it's pretty damn close, I gotta say. This draft, I don't have a clear favorite. I'm really like trying to pick one, and it would have to be Radiant just by a little bit. I think Darkseer against Terrorblade is a nice matchup later on. You get the Aghanims, get the chance to go on him. You can also go Crimson Guard for damage mitigation, which is great here. I believe in the mid Batrider to be pretty damn good against the Shaker as well, and Carl, he's no stranger to bat mid. So yeah, overall, I feel pretty confident in what they have. Some memes. That's some last series memes right here. That's good. No one will be pleased to hear that the problems will be fixed.
He's a character. He's a true character. I mean, it's always funny to see what shenanigans he's able to pull out.
I think he was just mad by the repeated pauses when he disconnected. The thing is, though, if someone disconnects in a lobby game, it's automatically paused. So it's not like the team was doing it. It just, if you keep disconnecting from the game, the server automatically pauses the game when that happens, even though they were out of pause time. So that's probably why the frustration.
Say G, and then instant disconnect once again. Never mind, not ready to go. So
we're good to go.
Should get ourselves underway. But just to continue on, you were saying you feel like Blacklist a little bit more. You were speaking about the Darkseer and his threat as the game goes on with the Terrorblade. How do we feel like the Night Stalker is going to get involved in this game? Because I look at this hero currently and I see, like, in particular, two very position-based supports on the Nature's Prophet and the Lion, and really for Blacklist as well, a lot of their team fights come down to how can you get the perfect initiation for KP. Like, he needs the vision to be able to have a good fight, and that's where Night Stalker is able to come into play. So can Ice be kind of the factor here for Bleed to be able to get them over the finishing line?
You know, I used to play a lot of competitive, like Dota, especially early in Dota 1. And an old thing about Night Stalker that we talked about was that you use him as a lantern. And it's still true to this day. You pop the ulti and the lantern is on, the vision is there, and you can see everything. And with the lineup that they have, the Shaker and the Sky, they can really like dismantle the Blacklist positioning if they use this correctly. So for Night Stalker, I think the big impact is going to be not the first nighttime, but the second one. See how many moves he can make together with the Sky and the Shaker. Bit of fights for the top rune, but doesn't look like too much kill potential. Or maybe.
KP's in a lot of danger, man. Yeah, with the Blood Grenade committed and Jackie even rotating over as well with the reflection, they'll even make sure they give First Blood over to Jackie. So, I mean, I was speaking about maybe keeping an extra hero inside the lane. Well, they won't even need it. They're going to be able to pick up First Blood off the back of that bounty fight.
Yeah, just a little bit too ambitious to fight for that top rune, and that's going to punish them a little bit. Getting that First Blood over on Terrorblade going to make him very, very happy. He gets himself Bracer sent out immediately here, so purchasing, getting a bit of HP regen. High value when you're Terrorblade with so much armor.
Very intrigued on how this mid lane is going to go for Carl in particular, because again, I mean, in Eastern Europe, I saw Earthshaker was just completely taking over games. We've seen it have some really good games so far in Southeast Asia as well. But if Carl is off to a good start, is there anything that Bleed can really do to stop an early Batrider with like Boots of Travel and, you know, maybe BKB, whatever he wants to go down with rotating to the side lanes?
I mean, they have decent tools for counter ganking in this game. I think Sky and Shaker, the two of them, can really be good for that in general. But I don't know. So far, you know, I'm looking towards mid and keeping my eyes peeled on it. Corden is doing a good job with the denies here. 5 and 5 against the Batrider. Same thing being returned though for denies for the Batrider. Not usually a hero is so good at denying, but since Shaker has to run all the way out to lose the sticky stacks every now and then. Old DJ. Sprout coming in.
They're going to be able to get the kill. A couple more right clicks. In fact, Cuckoo needs one more to get it. Meanwhile, top lane though, KP also getting punched down from Dubu. They're going to be able to send the Darkseer once again behind the tower, but he's got to Selv, get himself back up in the resources.
Looks so weird seeing Furion do that much damage with auto attack there, but it's no armor on Sky, and the teleportation bonus damage does quite a bit for you.
Was it 36?
Oh, I think so, yeah. Yeah, the first attack is 36 damage bonus.
Yeah, very, very cool spell. Very cool.
It's balanced, don't worry.
Yeah, we do, without a doubt, man. It's without it. Yeah, it's 100% balanced. It's not like it needed a little bit of an upgrade at all. There's just a couple of heroes that Ice Frog favors more than others. Yeah, and I definitely think Nature's Prophet might be one of them.
Definitely, he's not a Nature's Prophet main, I believe. It's definitely his time to return. I mean, he was kind of gutted in the, like, what was it, 733 or 32 patch. He got like every ability nerfed, so now they just kind of knee-jerk reaction make him too strong.
And ISSI is kind of getting zoned out of this lane at the moment. Like, something we've spoken about multiple times with the gyrocopter is just with this flak cannon, you tend to shove the lane out. So still at least the Night Stalker is going to be able to pick up some valuable experience. You also might actually be in a little bit of trouble here. They've got multiple flak cannons still.
It hurts, man.
Raven, yeah, Piz going to be able to pick up the kill. Very nicely done. As soon as they see the Night Stalker step a little bit too far away from that tower, Blacklist instantly look to try and put the pressure on.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. And also, this is where Skywrath struggles a bit in this lane pairing, because the continuous harassment from flak cannon is not something you deal with when you have 0 armor on your hero. So every flak cannon charge just hurts so much for him.
Maybe this gets a bit easier, you know, for Ice. Just completed the Ring of Health, so see if that region's going to be enough. And also we got that first rotation out of the supports as well. So it's only going to be DG that moves over. Carl's going to get no assistance from any supports. So both the water runes are going to go the way of Bleed.
And that hurts him a little bit. He is out of bottle charges here, and Corden has been doing a great job with the last hitting. 20 for 12 right now against 14 and 11. So very deny-heavy mid lane. You can see both of them be pretty low level and low experience here.
So a lot of very funny tips going throughout that last series, and particularly onto no one. You know, even a couple of smiley faces as well. But plus, these guys are very experienced with each other. Of multiple games against. And we even see some ex-teammates as well going at it. KP and DJ played for a little bit of time on that Fnatic roster that did not work out, I think, to start the tour, or to start the year. So these boys definitely played a lot of games against each other.
Yeah, and we see another rotation towards mid by DJ as he comes in here with a slow. Carl could be in trouble. Gonna be fine though.
Top lane though, that's where the turnaround's going to be. Tim's lands a pretty good Earth Spike onto 2. Jackie's going to continue hunting KP down, but the sprout timing from Cuckoo is perfect. Means KP's going to be able to step over to the right side. Now they want to catch up the Dubu, but Tim's without the boots is going to have some difficulty in the chase. Looks like they're still going for a full wraparound, and Dubu is still in the area as well, so more than likely this is going to be a double kill for Blacklist. And look at all the creeps under the tower as well. This is going to be a lot of damage onto that objective.
Yeah, they're tipping in now, but there's a lot of creeps, and there's the catapults. Using the illusion to try and pull these creeps away here. He doesn't want his tower to go down, so wants to try and get the catapult removed by pulling creeps away. Looks like they're gonna probably be successful. The Vanguard Darkseer though, tanking tower for a bit too. Keeping the catapult alive actually, trading his HP.
Perfect timing for that Vanguard to get picked up with all the aggression we're seeing come out from Blacklist. It does mean once again though, that no support's going to be able to secure the power, and I guess at least Corden doesn't get the DD though. That could have been devastating. DD plus Echo Slam would have been a potential kill onto Carl.
Yeah, but at least DJ is going to be the one to take it, so he'll be pretty happy. Now Furion is here. Look at that damage!
Jeez.
What is that? He melted. That was 4 hits! 4 hits, he did 700 damage to him. What?
No way.
What in the world?
He's level 5?
He's got 3 points in teleportation right now, so yeah, he's got plus 60 damage on his first hit.
Oh, yeah, a little bit awkward timing to walk past. The creeps will scout him out on his attempt to try and steal the Wisdom Room. So it does look like he won't even continue to go for it. Ice. He's going to be able to snag that one.
It feels like you're playing against a pay-to-win character or something when you're Skywrath and Nature's Prophet TPs on you like that. He's just level 3 now on Sky. Having a really rough start.
Maybe this kill could help out though. There's again that potential now that Carl needs to be very cautious on how he plays this lane. One misstep, especially on top of creep wave, with the potential that Echo Slam and 3 points aftershock. They will lose DJ from here though, so Not going to have that extra damage from the sky. Raven wants to steal the stack, though. This would be huge. Oh. The Echo?
He could pull it over towards the Ancients and do it, but he can clear this. He has 3 points in Aftershock, so no need to use the Echo here.
Like, Cuckoo just wants to steal some of the experience.
Yeah, just sitting around being annoying, trying to get closer to his level 6 here. Meanwhile, the bottom lane looks like Nightstalker is going towards Meteor Hammer first item, not going for the Vanguard. Interesting. Interesting.
Pretty sure he did that in their game versus... yeah, in the previous game we saw out of him. Trying to remember now. Bottom lane, Raven. Gonna be the target of the Dark Ascension. They'll turn to deal with a missile. With a cooldown, that's going to be enough for deterrent. Now back to mid lane though, Carl. First lasso usage of the game is going to be able to pull Dubu away from the assistance of Cauldrons, continuing to pump fake the fissure. Tims can reinitiate onto Dubu. Have they got the extra depth?
Oh, needs a hit too.
Cooldown. It's going to be relying on the sticky, and there's that last right click. Carl finds his first one of the game, and I mean, look how much damage onto the tower. Again, they still have this catapult wave.
And Cuckoo is going to be fine too, just running away from Nightstalker here bottom. Nightstalker doesn't have boots yet, so not really fast enough at chasing down this Nature's Prophet. You know, Darkseer doing whatever he can to mess with the Terrorblade, who does pop his meta there to defend himself, stand his ground, as the Darkseer used ulti as well.
Yeah, just to confirm, ISS when Meteor, Phase Boot, Blink, BKB, AC was the item build for him last night's soccer game.
Yeah, and I assume as well the Shard very early, as the Shard is still super value. But yeah, Meteor Hammer makes sense.
Should be able to drag him back over to Tims. Can Corden be able to secure the kill in the end? We saw the Echo Slam used, and he's the first one of the game. Not going to be converted into a big kill onto Carl, so Cuckoo is already up to a killing spree. Boots at travel now completed for the Batrider as well. This game, it started to get a little bit messy for Bleed. You've got a free farming Darkseer, which we spoke about. Can be very difficult for the Terrorblade to address. Maybe you can pressure him inside the lane, but KP is now completely, he's going to go untouched with his Vanguard. And now you're going to have a Nature's Prophet and a Batrider being able to play super active with all the tier 1s being claimed.
I think a lot of it comes back to his Nature's Prophets. This hero making so many rotations, now coming towards top here and just shoving, you know, Dubu out of the lane as well. Like, the confidence of this support is tough to deal with, and that means top tower is gonna fall here as he just zones them away. Even the neutrals are fighting against the Nature's Prophet, like, get away from here.
So how do you actually play the map now for Bleed over the next 4 minutes? Because Corden is still really far away from this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he's very, very far, and even if he had it right now, the Echo still being on cooldown. I think you just gotta try and damage control. You're during daytime right now. Maybe you can look towards making a move with the now completed... Oh, he doesn't have the full face boots. He has boots, at least, on Nightstalker. Make a move with this ulti, play around bottom, look for a pickoff, but this Gyrocopter is so massive, and you know that the support is gonna be there quickly. Travel some Bat, Furion with TP. I don't know, man. Any move they make has to be a very assertive one where they commit a lot of heroes, or they're just gonna die.
We've spoken a lot about the positioning, the cause, but the experience level from the supports is lacking as well. Dubu just was able to soak his level 6, so got that 12 minutes in, and Sky, DJ still doesn't have the Mystic Flare to work with as well.
Yeah, he's finishing up now. After this mid wave, he would have it, but Carl doesn't want to let that happen. Coming in. Some harass to Ice's Ice here. I like Raven just committing his ulti like that. Actually,
it's a harass.
Might be a kill.
Might be his life, dude. Missile, is that going to be? No?
It's a max level missile, but the regen from Meteor Hammer. Oh,
was it off?
If he kept running down, maybe he would regen enough in time there. It was just barely that he died to that.
Dude, that's a Dark Ascension used as well to try and escape. So he still dies. So now you don't have a big ultimate for the Nightstalker to work with, and now Kyle's hunting top lane as well inside the jungle. They're going to surge and give him the Iron Shell. What can Jackie do?
Oh, Carl is playing so good.
Starting to respond as too, but they're not going to get there in time to protect Dubu. He'll still chuck out a Spiteful Earth Splitter, which actually drags KP back, but the Fissure as well is going to continue to enable Jackie, but the slow from the wall
Shaker's blink on the courier.
Kill the kill.
It's coming out, but not in time. And look at what's happening meanwhile. Raven is over at the Ancient, stealing the Ancient stack away from Bleed here. So that was stuff that they wanted to use to let the Terrorblade come back into the game in a bigger way here. But that means he's now at 2.3k behind.
This is going to be a feedback echo.
Yeah,
and it is. Corden on top of the Kree wave. Mystic Flare as well. That is the echo they needed. First one wasn't able to convert into a kill, but the second one with the blink reveal is what they needed out of Bleed to kind of just stem some of the momentum that was starting to be built.
Yeah, they needed a pick off right there. And 20 seconds from now, we will see the Wisdom Rune. So play coming in towards bottom. We'll see if they want to try and steal. They do have the Nature's Prophet with the TP ready, but there's also the Watcher was taken by Dire, so they can see if he starts TPing in.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they're scanning it. Radiant scan. That's what every Furion does. Scan the Wisdom Rune, and if the scan is negative, they TP in. That's why you could set a trap. If you just sit a little bit to the side with a hero with a stun, you can just get a pick off on the Furion. Might still get Wisdom Rune as well.
So I guess Bleed probably going to try and play just farm for the next minute or so. We do have nighttime in 30 seconds with Dark Ascension about to be up, and you're going to be looking for the Echo Slam and Mystic Flare. Blacklist want to make sure they don't give them that space though. They're definitely in a position where they can look to hunt down some of the kills.
Was that Fisher? I'm not sure, but okay, Corden got blink away there. I agree, they got to play around the nighttime.
There's that multiple TPs and over the Dark Ascension again. This time at least, Ice will actually live off the back of his ultimate, but we've seen both times so far this game, it's been a defensive Dark Ascension. It's
defensive, but at least it connects into the actual nighttime now as we head over the 15 minutes. Something you don't want to happen is pop the ulti and then suddenly it's daytime and you gotta wait again. But I don't really see a move coming out from them as they have that Shaker ulti on cooldown. I think they still gotta try and defend though. Losing bottom tower would be really bad for them. 13 seconds for Shaker ulti. It's not too far off.
It's going to need to be perfect. Everyone's here from Blacklist. You've got the mech on KP. If you jump in and don't get Tim's as well with a stun, he can instantly cancel your combo with the Hex. It's going to need to be the best from Corden, and it is. With the Fissure onto 3 and the Mystic Flare. What an Earth Splitter. Dubu crashed multiple heroes. That is the initiation you needed out of Bleed, but can they get more kills as well? They'll be able to chase down a second, and it looks like they'll be more than happy with the end result of that team fight. A great jump in from Corden's Earthshaker.
That was such a good jump. They got 980 gold, 980 gold at 16 minutes for a single kill on the gyrocopter there. Huge payoff, and the confidence that they went in with into that fight really solidified it. Now Carl sticking around bottom. There's a sentry. Very close to walking into the AoE of it. Does not get spotted though, for now.
And dude, that fissure was nuts from Corden. I'm very impressed with the spellcasting from inside that fight.
Yeah, it was great. Also, the follow-up there by Dubu, getting the 3-hero stomp with the massive Earth Splitter, just wombo combo them to death there before they could react. So Raven, on the back of that, on Gyrocopter says, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go and hit some Ancients. It's usually the, the lick your wounds type approach that carries do when you die in a fight like that. Just go and clear some Ancients, man. Rebuild.
Scanning.
This is a kind of duo we're going to see now start to be pretty active, especially within the nighttime. DJ and Corden, so much burst potential between these two heroes. It's going to be that much easier once they're able to open up the map as well. As even top lane, we're also seeing Carl trying to set up onto Dubu, but Ice been able to sniff that out.
Yeah, Ice is queuing up the Blink Dagger next, so once that Blink initiation as well, does he Carl? This could backfire for him if he goes on the ET. There's a lot of Radiant heroes in the area though. Gotta be careful here if you Ice.
Oh, they're gonna surge Tim's forward.
Ooh.
Nice play from KP to help get the start onto the Night Stalker. And they should be able to secure a kill in the end. Les Dubu finds a lot of heroes with the Echo Stomp. Unfortunately, it is not enough. So Raven's going to be rewarded. They'll continue to slow down this game here for the Night Stalker.
That was a nice use of both Surge and Tumblr's Toy to close the distance. He did have vision on the rotation coming in. He just didn't expect the Lion to be able to get that close. He had the board, of course, in Night Stalker.
What would we like Cuckoo to itemize this game? 3-0 and 5. We know the Nature's Prophet's able to get a lot of farm across the map as well. He's currently got 4 staff queued up, but what are some of the other items that he could be considering after this?
I think starting 4 stuff is nice. Then he could always go back for Gleipnir if he wants some form of control. If he wants to, he could also play the buff role and just buff up the gyrocopter, which I think may be the best idea. Just buy a solar crested gyrocopter. Usually works really, really well.
Because that is one big advantage if we compare Blacklist towards Bleed, like in particular the offlaners. Night Stalker is not going to go for the auras, whereas already we see KP. Mech, Crimson, like you brought up inside the draft, is going to be really big against the Terrorblade in particular.
Oh, we see a grab on Sky here.
Alright, they'll be able to at least get DJ. I thought maybe Corden might be in some trouble as well. First finger charge for Mr. Timms.
Quick TP up by Corden. He realizes, like, I'm not sticking around here. Cut your losses. Get out of that area. That doesn't mean that he TP'd to safety, though. And now maybe tier 1 bottom could be taken down. It's super low already, actually. Just a few right clicks will do it. Yeah, I think that's a big point. The Crimson Guard damage mitigation here makes it so that 5v5 engagements are going to be a little bit tough right now. Still, though, the Magic Burst is also there, and they don't have a pipe yet. We saw what the Shaker can do together with the Skywrath behind him, so there's, you know, still potential for Bleed to take team fights.
It is, but I mean, we'll see what Bleed want to try and do now across the map pretty shortly, because this is also going to be a very scary timing that Blacklist can run with. You just got a Blink Dagger completed on Tim's. We're almost, yeah, BKB actually completed on Carl as well. So maybe they wait to Raven's BKB needs just under 300 gold. And then I feel like you're looking for a big team fight to maybe turn that into an objective too.
I think so. I think you want the BKB because last fights, it just told him, you know, if you don't have sufficient HP, if you don't have the possibility to use BKB, you might get blown up immediately. So he's going BKB and then he's going Satanic. Full survivability itemization here. I like the idea. Mid. Cuckoo getting the D ward here, and they don't really want to dive next to the tier 1 tower here for this kill.
Cosmic Cave's really nice versus your Shaker. Be a big neutral item for Carl to play with. I mean, extra movement speed as well for the Batrider in general.
That's a nice pickup. Also going to be very helpful when the Terrorblade finish up the Skadi that he's building right now. He's got 3.8k gold closing in on the Eye of Skadi. Mid pressure is going to be alleviated here, and on the back of that, they're going to try and smoke up, letting Raven push the lane. Meanwhile, they go bottom. I like this move. I think it's pretty likely they will find a pick off too, since they have the blink on the Lion this time.
Like a higher priority target than Dubu, though. They're going to use the trees to maybe scout out. They will get confirmation of Ice's positioning. They should be able to catch him as well. They're going to use Carl as just some information.
Oh, sticky napalm, cancel his blink.
Cancelled, so yeah, no escape for Ice. I mean, we see instantly Bleed looking to try and go to the opposite side of the map. There's a couple of ultimates that do get used in the end. I mean, Lasso doesn't have the longest cooldown. Another finger charge as well for Tim's.
Yeah, they're happy to use anything they can there, but looks like they want to go immediately towards Roche on the back of this as well. So it's going to be up to Bleed here if they want to quickly make a move to contest this. They're not scanning it yet. I wonder if they realized.
I think they scanned the Wisdom rune.
Yeah.
Roche will go for free by the looks of it. Now you're going to have Ages onto Raven as well as already working on a Satanic too. So this game is, this net worth lead's continuing to grow. You know, we saw for some of the early stage, it was about 3,000, kind of holding that par, but Blacklist have done a very good job to continue with the momentum they built throughout the laning phase in the early game.
They made some really good moves so far, and that's what the Batrider is so useful for as well. Along with the Lion, they've been able to make good initiations. And meanwhile, Bleed a little bit slower, I feel. They don't just non-stop go. One of the downsides with this Night Stalker offlane is that if it's daytime, he's pretty damn inactive. He doesn't look for pickoffs. He doesn't do much. So he's farming towards that BKB. That said, though, they are coming bottom, looking if they can find anyone. Night Stalker is blind as a bat during the day. He can't see anything, so he doesn't see these heroes running away.
Dude, that ward from Radiant's huge. The one from Cuckoo. I mean, Dubu thinks there's one in the cliff, but Not to be so great warding from Kuku. He's going to be able to scout out the 3 men starting to rotate down to bottom, so they won't actually go for the attempt onto Ice, and say instant to top lane. They just want to try and control the area, get themselves set up.
Yeah, it looks like meanwhile Bleed are, running around trying to find anyone in the Blacklist jungle. Not really gonna find anyone though, as most of them have moved towards top, like you said. Even Batrider coming on over now. This is looking like they can just siege up a tower. It is a bit scary to push into the lineup of Bleed, but with the Aegis, with the BKB, they probably feel fairly confident here.
Tower is under attack.
Are we just expecting Bleed to completely avoid any team fights for the next 3 minutes 20 while the Age is in the hands of Blacklist, or do we still feel like in the right place at the right time they could look for a fight?
I think the moment the nighttime comes around, they could look for pickoffs. Like, their fights are a lot about just utilizing the Dark Ascension to try and get vision and then fight in a favorable way around it. So even if Gyrocopter has Aegis, he's not really their main target.
Another Gyro is going to be able to combine with Tim's. Oh, nice reaction. Can Tim still be able to get the vision? Around to the Night Stalker as he's trying to TP out. So, I mean, all of Blacklist pretty much come towards the bottom side. So you see line drawn top, line drawn mid. I believe they're just going to go back and play the opposite side of the map, reoccupy their own jungle.
Just fix the lanes. They look like they feel very confident in going late game here on the side of Bleed. They do have the Terrorblade versus Gyro, which is a pretty favorable matchup, but I'm a little bit worried for them still. The pipe is soon finishing up on KP, and once he has that, the timing is going to be pretty massive here. They will have that before the Aegis times out as well, it seems. So
I mean, well, that's a nice chorus now. Okay, well done, Cord.
Oh, well, then they won't have pipe.
Are we expecting a Scepter to be worked on now from KP, or this? I feel like you could be looking at potential Shivas for some of the vision, and the armor could be nice. I think Blink maybe is as well somewhere in that build. But what are we thinking KP is looking to go next?
I'd like the Blink next. I think Blink, you could go Blink BKB even to get yourself even more security. But Blink into Aghanims I think is very, very good here. Then he can always jump in, initiate by himself, and get an illusion. If he sees the Terrorblade, he can get a really, really good jump, get the ulti on him as well as the punch. So they get the bottom tower and now coming back to secure their own side.
Oh, Ice. One time, my friend. I guess the Dark Ascension is going to help them get the Tormentor eventually. But yeah, this is used once again. I mean, he's going to use the time to be able to get towards his BKB.
He's still farming away, just building up, and that will be the goal here, right? The timing with the BKBs. They are not going BKB on Terrorblade, but they are going for it on both Night Stalker and the Shaker. Shaker is not too far away right now, looking at like he is 900 gold away to get the entire thing.
I don't know if that was a miss micro. I have no idea why the Gyro's courier was down bottom, but that's Satanic. That was also sniped off the courier, so no pipe for 40 seconds, no Satanic now for 2 minutes.
A little bit of delay there on key item timings as the Aegis is also about to time out. Using the illusion here to cut creep wave mid, actually gonna be annoying because the backdoor protection is up for the tower, so big play here.
Well done.
Jackie is saving the mid tower for... I mean, yeah, it definitely would have fallen otherwise. They were not looking to take a fight, so... Very minor little move there with the illusion, but has a big impact.
Yeah, very, very cool play. We often see just cuts the wave instead of dragging to the opposite side. So, yeah, we see really this Aegis, they haven't gotten a whole lot. Net worth lead's not growing at the moment. I mean, really the big thing I think was that tier 2 tower down bottom. Oh, do they take top as well? Okay, so never mind. They did get some objectives, but no big team fight that I think Blacklist were really hoping to take.
Yeah, they didn't get to have a big engagement with it. That's the big difference. And they're just going towards late game. And right now, Bleed are saying, we'll prepare for late game. We're going to build our items. We're itemizing to deal with the problems ahead of us.
Oh, Cordon?
Cordon's going to be fine. So Night Stalker is going for a Halberd build here as well to try and shut down the damage from this Gyrocopter. Tormentor finally being taken here by Bleed as they find a good opportunity to do so.
Is the shard gonna go? Looks like DJ will get it.
Okay, I mean, it's decent. It's not necessarily game-breaking shard, but it can be very neat for him. He can get, you know, a bit of extra armor. I feel like this is pretty low impact for a support, though. This is more like core Skywrath. It can be crazy. And in this game, there's so much magic damage anyway. So I'm not sure it's going to make much of a difference that he gets that bonus armor.
Who do we feel like Ice needs to target inside some of the fights now? Because it's a double 4-staff that's completed on both the supports on Blacklist. You got one on Tim's and you got one on Cuckoo now.
I think he just has to jump. I like jumping the Batrider before he jumps someone else can be crucial. Like jump in, just be the sacrificial jump, sort of BKB and jump onto a Batrider. If he lassos you, that's fine. Other than that, it's just line every single time. Mess with him and don't let him get these catches, because so far Tibbs has done really good this game. He's 2-0-6 and his initiations have been really on point.
Out of that, we're going to see Tim's go for the air and this next as well. So both sides have this potential for the jump in and ways to initiate. And of course, we are still looking at how this hyper carry is going to be able to turn the tides. I mean, Raven is really doing a great job to be able to outfarm the Terrorblade at the moment. Like we said, that Darkseer could always be a pivotal reason for them to be able to address Jack as this game goes on, who is actually working on a Nullifier next. So I was expecting that to be something maybe Ice needed to consider with some of the 4-staffs to address, and, you know, the Darkseer abilities as well. But looks like Jackie wants to go Nullifier now.
They need it as soon as possible. The thing is, if he goes Nullifier and Night Stalker, it's going to take a while to get it. And they also want a Halberd, and Night Stalker has to be the one to buy that as well. So going Nullifier here on TB, I like it because there's so many things, not just the 4-staffs, but even the defensive tools here, the Pipe and the Crimson Guard. You can actually dispel against that, and it's very, very useful. So not a bad choice. Look at the tempo by Blacklist, though. They're going high ground. They don't have Aegis on this Gyrocopter, but he's just knocking, you know, see if anyone's home, and force the TPs at least. I don't think it's a full commitment push, but just going up there a little bit looks like such a small, non-assuming move, but that did force them back on bleed, and now you can control the map.
And now you're in a position where you have to smoke to get back out on the map on bleed. So they're going to move to try and connect with Corden, apply the smoke to him as well. Ice is very split from the team, but of course he can actually TP down. In fact, they're trying to connect to where the Night Stalker is currently positioned, but Blacklist are not leaving top side at all.
Yeah, they're sitting there, but they don't really know where everyone is. They use a scan here, not going to be finding anyone. And if they show on mid lane, they might get jumped. They have their own smoke, but they have no clue where to go. Look at Radiant's decision here. Like, where do we go with this? Do we smoke bottom? They kind of want to.
This is the last time we had a fire. What's going on?
Oh, Corden.
Maybe now. We might get some kills now. Carl, he's on the hunt. He'll run straight to Ice. Quick reaction out of the BKB in the Dark Ascension as well. They're going to try and turn it with the lasso. Both sides, you know, some things committed. They won't get too much value out of it. They'll catch up to the Nature's Prophet nonetheless with a Mystic Flare. But all this is...
Oh, the Stomp!
The Darkseer is going to be able to keep him alive. It won't matter, though. Corden shuts him down with a turnaround vacuum. It's pretty beautiful. Raven can now enter the fight as well. Off the back of the flat cannon, Jackie needs a Sunday target. He's going to find it, but it won't matter in the end due to Raven. This man's huge. The Gyro will chase him down. They tried to deal with everyone else. It'll cost them some buybacks. But Raven went uncontested inside that team fight.
Yeah, he was uncontested, and I think that was just Bleed getting a little bit too eager. It was a great start to the fight. I think they initiated really well, getting onto that Batrider, preventing him from grabbing your Terrorblade as well later on. But then they just kept diving, and we saw the power of the double buyback. The Furion came back, the Lion came back, and because you used your resources already to try and chase the Batrider as well, this Gyrocopter was just ignored in the fight.
Oh, man. The communication to be able to get that double Earth Spike. And you see, like you said, Gyro just goes uncontested, runs in.
Yeah.
He's pumping out a ridiculous amount of damage right now. 5k lead that he has over the Terrorblade.
This guy put him very, very solid position here as well after that fight. As we now go back to where we are in the game, he's got 2.6k gold, already has the quarterstaff, building towards a butterfly, and they're playing towards Roche. Roche is gonna spawn right now.
Like, this could be very scary for Bleed. You're going to have Butterfly along with Aegis on Raven.
Yeah, this monstrous timing. I mean, how do you burst him at this point with that Satanic Lifesteal? Terribly is good against the Gyrocopter, yes, but he doesn't have crazy amount of damage, and he does not have an MKB, crucially. So how are you going to be able to actually bring this guy down once, let alone twice, right?
Yeah, it really feels like this Butterfly Aegis is the timing to end the game for Blacklist. I will say you did just lose his courier, so the quarterstaff on there. So, I mean, he was going to complete the Butterfly in a minute. Now you're going to kind of have to wait till that courier's back up. Waste some of the Aegis.
That's the third courier timing that they're like losing a courier and losing their timing and momentum because of it. But yeah, he will have a little bit of overlap where Aegis is still online and he will have his courier alive to deliver the new Butterfly.
And that's where they're going to probably look to go high. You might even go high ground now, honestly. You are in such a great position. They showcase truly how strong they're going to be inside some of the fights. Even once Bleed were able to get the initiation and kind of waste Carl's lasso and BKB timing as well. So we're going to have to see something crafty out of Bleed to be able to turn this game, because it's really been all Blacklist so far.
Yeah, they might poke a little bit. For now, happy though, controlling the Ancient area and just farming away here. I like the sneaky play by Corden though, over at the Radiant Ancients. Just getting some farm over here, working towards a Silver Edge. Next, of course, has that BKB, Aghanims, and Blink Dagger. And Shadowblade will just help positioning a lot.
I'm trying to work out why he popped Dark Ascension.
It's soon going to be daytime or nighttime anyway, so he popped Dark Ascension, trying to find anyone farming a little bit too greedily down here. But yeah, he's just getting out on the map, you know, don't want to sit back and be passive. I'm not in disagreement with this ulti. He didn't connect with anyone, but that's fine. Meanwhile, the Shaker is pushing in top a lot. The Gyrocopter, though, he's looking at your tier 3. And Stomp is missing, so he's just laying in the DPS right now, and nobody is really able to respond in a good way against the Gyro.
Let's see how different the Halbert's going to be inside some of these fights, though. Of course, you can always activate the BKB once it's used. They drop a pretty nice ward as well for Bleed to look to utilize inside their base. Let's see what they can do with it, though. SSS hasn't TP'd back just yet.
Yeah, they need to react somehow. I think they want to get the initiation. Shaker's looking for it.
And Carl, aggressive jump in. A little bit off the mark, though. Wasn't able to get the full distance onto the sky, so BKB goes completely wasted.
Oh, the jump!
The Echo, but is it good enough, though? They need some follow-up. Tim's eats the cheese. Another turnaround. Flak Raven just shreds down the Earthshaker, and Ice again is still not with the team.
Hey, I don't know what I'm watching right now. Shaker blinking in without you TPing on Nightstalker. I mean, yeah, you're split pushing, but you're not doing that much. This just looks uncoordinated right now from Bleed.
Man, they are not leaving. You now have, this is going to be Courier back up, so Butterfly instantly getting delivered for Raven. Again, this is the game ender. Butterfly Aegis, what are you going to do as a response? You need to pull something out of the hat.
Yeah, they just show their cards as well. They used up the Echo, so even when Shaker comes back here, he's not going to have ulti, and I'm not sure how you're going to get rid of this Gyro. 1 minute 40 is enough time for him to go for all the racks here. They have creeps coming in top and mid, so cutting creep wave is not going to be enough. As Batrider goes for a lasso, but
they'd love to force out his BKB. They might be able to do so as well with all the slows from the Batrider. KP's going to be able to drag him back. There's the BKB into the TP out. But you're going to go base now. You really didn't have to use too much. Lasso's up in another 20 seconds.
Yeah, and creeps are everywhere in their base right now, revealing their positioning as well. So this is such a hard defense right now. You don't have tools, you don't have BKB. Your Echo is coming up in 14 seconds on the Shaker. It has to be around the Echo.
Gonna try and kill him off the first time, but he shrugs that off.
Yeah. Even when you halberd it, you do keep auto-attacking with Aghanims.
And now, again, another initiation off the back of the lasso. They're going to have the damage. Gordon, pretty good echo on the backline, but it's not enough to buy some time for Jackie Sunder, as he doesn't have a buyback. Gordon's going to get chased. Meanwhile, inside the base, they're going to go for the other components. Ice is just hoping and kill off the line, but it's going to do nothing in the long run. Jeez, they dropped the Blacklist. What a clean game one performance from them.
Yeah, just absolutely perfect here. I want to say from Blacklist, they had full control of the early game. They were well ahead on their carry and just clean all the way through. Meanwhile, on the side of Bleed, you know, I felt pretty okay with their game plan. Going late here, having the Terrorblade, but also their high ground defense was, you know, lacking to say the least. I feel like they have to TP back and make a move together. Just a little bit too disorganized what they were doing there. Maybe they got a little bit, you know, concerned as the 5-man was that strong. Here we see, of course, the replay with some of the early fights coming out.
I mean, this was the only fight that looked good, though, right, for Bleed? I think since then, we didn't see any fight that actually went even remotely close to going their way.
Yeah, this was the one time that they completely bursted the gyrocopter and took them by surprise. But other than that, that was the only time that Raven died. He never died on gyrocopter in any of the other skirmishes. Yeah, you got some pickoffs here, but this is also where they overcommit. They went really deep up on the high ground, double buyback comes out, and they just get completely punished here. I don't even think the Lion buyback was necessary for them to win the fight because they overstepped so deep.
I don't know what it is with this Blacklist team against Bleed, but they're on a bit of a run right now, and this has to be a lot of confidence for them to be able to head into this next game, because it didn't feel like Bleed were ever stood a chance. We didn't really get to see them play Dota.
No, I agree. They were basically just dragging out the game for some form of future that was going to go their way, but they weren't able to catch Blacklist out of position too much. They used some nice stalker ultis to try and hunt, see if anyone was straggling, but overall, Blacklist, they just played well, played in good positioning, and they looked like a very cohesive team who knew exactly what the game plan was and how they were going to win this.
Oh, MVP is a bit of a tough one, Why guy? Who do you actually think? I'm not quite sure.
I'm gonna give it to Tim's personally. I think Tim's was like really the catalyst of a lot of the early game action. The two supports really stood out for me this game on the side of Blacklist, but I think Tim's did a great job on Lion. Even in the final fight, we saw the replay of there earlier. The chain stun after the lasso was just on point, so the TB couldn't get a meta or get a Sunder out. I don't know. I think this was a great performance by Tims on this Lion.
Yeah, and the other support, like you said as well, with Cuckoo, I really think we're going to have to see the Nature's Prophet ban next game, which is then it gets let through, because I felt like Cuckoo did way too much. He pretty much won the lane for the gyrocopter. You free farmed versus the Night Stalker. We saw a lot of his firstly his warding was exceptional as well. The rotations out of him too, and at least just being able to split the map and reconnect with the team, and always at least have that plus one. The Nature's Prophet with the Bat Rider Boots of Travel was able to get them a couple of kills in the early game, and it was a bit difficult for Bleed to manage that. So I think that's also something that needs to be looked at in game 2.
I completely agree. I think you got to think about the matchup when it comes to Nature's Prophet. If you let him through, you have to have an idea. There are some supports that are extremely good against Nature's Prophet. You can go for something like Dawnbreaker, even as a support, can do very well against it. But Skywrath, it ain't it, fam. Like, 0 armor, you can't lane against that. I've seen Skywraths go against Nature's Prophet in lane. I've seen Miranas go against it. You know what? They just get destroyed. You need some high armor support, some usually melee support who can go in and actually throw some form of disable onto him, because otherwise you just lose the trades. I mean, what we saw on the bottom rune there, when Nature's Prophet TP'd in and just auto-attacked 4 times and he had 100 HP remaining, it just looks impossible to play that.
Well, it's not all doom and gloom just yet at the moment for the boys on Bleed. There is still a game 2 that we got coming up around the corner. At the moment, though, Blacklist have this game lead. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue with the momentum, because after the break, game 2 with Bleed taking on Blacklist. Winner will move over to the upper bracket finals. We'll see who's going to be able to take that map. We'll see you guys shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our second game draft coming up very shortly with Blacklist going up against Bleed. Weigel, what do we need to see a little bit different out of Bleed heading into this second game and the second draft as well?
I hope to see them be more active and actually look for these fights, not just fall back and take this, go late game approach, because I feel like it's super risky if you get into a position where all you want to do is farm. I would like to see more activity from Ice Ice Ice. I want to have him, be on a hero, I want to say, that goes and takes fights. I mean, they could do that with the Night Stalker, but they just got a little bit too incapacitated by the way that Blacklist handled this game. I think a lot of it goes back to the early game. I want to say Nature's Prophet put a complete dent in their plan, and at least they ban out the Nature's Prophet here. Their first removal, they're not going to let that happen again. So let's see if they can get off to a better start and then not lose momentum as much as we saw in the last game.
Our first pick Earth Spirit, we got DJ Earth Spirit, we got Corden Earth Spirit. I know DJ Earth Spirit is one I like to see.
Oh yeah, true. He's a legend on that hero as well. Definitely one of the standout Earth Spirit support players. It's like him, Crit, Jerax, some of the big ones in my eyes.
What is the response going to be now for Blacklist? What do they want to pick up here? Phoenix is available. So if that's the route they want to go down, and again, they had a lot of success with it in their series versus Army Geniuses. They even warrant it for a first phaser, considering there's still a lot of other things.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what they want to open with. Can also go for something, that deals pretty well with Earthspirit generally, like Clockwork, or... Okay, they're going to go towards Primal Beast here as a first phase. So getting, again, very active Blacklist on the back of a Batrider mid who was, facilitating a lot of the action. I think we could see a mid Primal Beast as well coming out from Carl here. Another hero that plays very, very similar.
Yeah, but definitely say Carl is best suited for those type of heroes. So I would not be surprised if we're going to see him look to try and play it as well.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot that Misery is one of the coaches on Bleed, right? Man,
yeah.
I have a story with Misery. We used to play in the same team back when he was 15 years old. Like we played competitive Dota long ago, but now he's obviously here helping out the Bleed team try and stabilize from what happened first game, see if they can get a better start. They ban out the Phoenix as well, so the window to get the Phoenix was there, not going to be allowed anymore here.
Yeah, Mizra's been on a lot of teams so far through his run. Actually, I think someone, I don't remember, it might have actually been Danog that brought it up. The two people that have been on the most different teams is Misery and AUI, I think, with coaching and playing Sin, I think.
Oh yeah,
almost certain that was a stat. So it was a very interesting one.
I think that's true. Yeah, Misery played on tons of different lineups. Just very, very experienced. He also played different positions. So he has everything that you need as a coach. I feel experience from different roles and at the highest level to be able to bring some good information for his team here.
Oh, he's even got experience from other jobs as well, right? I'm plumber, international.
True.
The man's got going for it.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah. We see the ban out here on Enchantress, so not giving away some of these early supports that can take over the game. But Blacklist say, okay, we go back for Rubik, just a stable hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Works with many pairings in the offlane.
5 seconds remaining.
What are we going to get out of Bleed, though? Having the follow-up at the moment. What do they want to try and showcase as well? I mean, imagine it's going to be a couple supports, potentially keep the flex of the Earth Spirit.
Batrider gonna be over on the side of Bleed this time, get themselves some of this. I like, you asked what they were gonna do to change or how they're gonna approach this game. I like the change up here. You got Earth Spirit and Batrider. These are very active fighting heroes. There's no way that Bleed are just gonna sit back and not take the engagements the same way we saw last game. So that's good, because I don't enjoy that type of backseat approach to just, okay, well, I'll go wherever you go type of approach to the enemy just leading the way. Instead, this time, gonna stay competitive and try to control the pace of the game.
I'm just really intrigued on where this Batrider is going to go, because I mean, we saw Carl play it last game, but I really feel like some of the better roles for it is that support. So, you know, is it going to mean that Corden's playing the Earth Spirit and DJ picks up the Batrider, or, you know, potential for it to go offlane as well, both these heroes? So there's a lot of flex currently for Bleed.
I think I would prefer to see them just do a support Earth Spirit and have the Batrider mid, because you get a little bit faster timing on Batrider's key items, get that travels available so you can be everywhere. Earth Spirit, even on the support role, can easily have enough speed to position and be in the fights. Where support Batrider, it can work, but it relies quite heavily on the pairing, getting an offlane duo that works pretty well. Like, it used to be stronger, but then it got nerfed, and now the only reason it can still work as a support, I feel, is if you get like Darkseer.
Using a lot of their reserve time though for Bleed. Chunk through a vast majority of it, so
Yeah.
too much left to decide on all their other picks and pans.
Digging deep here, thinking about what they want to get. Interesting to see what their approach is going to be here. I mean, you're going to have to reveal some form of information. We speak about the flex possibility from Earth and Batrider, but you're going to have to show something that Blacklist can use. It's going to be the Dawnbreaker coming in here. I like Dawnbreaker on the back of having Earth Spirit and Batrider, heroes that can get in there and pull someone out. Now you have the Dawnbreaker ulti to follow up on that.
Can we see Silencer fit into the draft on Blacklist? Because we've seen in the past Silencer to address the Dawnbreaker and the Batrider as well to prevent like any follow-up inside the lasso. I just don't know if there's concerns with the Silencer Rubik support duo.
It could be okay. I also would like to see, there's another support that would work really well for them here if they are comfortable playing it. Not meta right now though, but Nyx would be great against both Batrider and Dawn. You can cancel the Dawn ulti by just activating Spike Carapace and walk into it, and against Batrider you can chase him, step on his Firefly, Spike Carapace, and then stun him. It's a very easy Nyx game here if they are comfortable with it, but question is, if they are, it's not really a hero that gets any priority right now.
And I like the quad pick though from them in the second phase. You already see, you know, it's either Batrider or Earth Spirit mid, and either way, you're going to have a very good time versus both those heroes. Quap has been one of the more traditional counters to the Batrider, and then just the ranged dagger spam against the Earth Spirit, you're going to have a fine time as well.
Yeah, should be fine against any of them, and you know, it's also a hero that I think does super well currently. So it's, you know, you got your hands on something very strong here, and that can match the tempo that Bleed are coming out with. Because Bleed draft so far looks like they want to take the action to you, but you have Primal Beast, you have Queen, heroes that are definitely not shy to fight non-stop in the early mid game, and with the Rubik as well. I think they should show their second support here. Might be a support Invoker coming out here. The +4 Invoker. Unless they want to run the support Primal Beast and do an offlane Invoker, also possible.
10 seconds remaining.
Both sides have so much potential to put heroes into multiple roles. Very interesting draft we have.
Yeah, I think it's very likely though that this is just offlane Primal, mid Queen, +4 Invoker and 5 Rubik, it feels like to me. But they definitely have some flex, and they could use that if they see something valuable. They're going to pick the Naga into the Primal Beast. It's a bit of a volatile matchup, because Primal Beast is very good at killing off the illusions. At the same time, the End Snare is pretty good for locking down the Primal Beast and have some potential to kill him. I'm not in love with this Naga pick here, though.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess if we look away from the Primal Beast though, and what the Naga is able to do with the lanes, something that we saw with the game, was it game 2 or game 3? I don't remember, the Naga Terrorblade with the SMG series, where if you have,
yeah,
was it 3?
Yeah, I think it was the final game, right? Yeah, game 3 was the Terrorblade Naga.
And you see Blacklist, like, yes, you said the Primal Beast addresses the Naga, but really everyone else is going to have some difficulty with kind of dealing with the Naga split push once you get hot. So, you know, maybe that can help open up the map where you set up for, it's easier for pickoffs with the Earth Spirit Batrider. You know, maybe the Dawnbreaker global potential could be a bit more of a concern as well.
The split push is going to be fine. I'm more concerned about when they take team fights. Even if you do get hearts and get items here on Naga, the Primal Beast has like near infinite AoE damage. It's so much, since every single ability, especially once you get Aghanims as well, just do so much AoE damage. The illusions disappear. Same with Queen, and then even Rubik with some Fate Bolt and stuff. I see teamfight issues for Bleed here with choosing to go for this Naga Siren, and you might have to rely very heavily on the split push that you were talking about. And you also have the opening here for Blacklist, as they know there's a Naga now on the field. They can think about, okay, which carry do we want to get against this? What's going to work well for us? So, not fully sold on the choice by Bleed. I think the ban is good, though. Like, banning out the Sven, I think, is perfect, because that hero would be absolutely devastating.
Are there any supports we can think of that can help with the teamfight issue currently for Bleed?
Trying to see what fits best for them, and we'll see even if they want to go for some flex here or if it's going to be a support last pick. Because it could still be a core and then they run like, you know, Batrider Dawn or something, support, mid or spirits. They can do so many things still. They kind of have to show their cards at this point. The banouts were Lion and Silencer.
Radiant team pick.
Dazzle comes out. Okay. Definitely a little bit of a curveball. We don't see Dazzle pick that much. He did recently get a massive buff, I want to say, and yet he has not really been that prioritized. His ulti got that change, no longer stacks indefinitely. It has individual durations on the ulti stacks.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen one game through all of the qualifiers that I've done of Dazzle.
I want to say the same. Also, the little bit of Dazzle I've seen has been like core Dazzles, and I think that has worked pretty well. So, question is this going to be a mid Dazzle, for instance? He does win super hard against the Queen. It's going to be Dubo on it, so no, doesn't look like it. It's going to be Corden going up on the Earth Spirit. Luna was the final hero coming in for Blacklist here, rounding out their draft in a pretty good way. Not a bad hero against the Naga Siren as well, as you get those glaives capable of doing a lot of damage.
It's a very hit or miss hero currently, the Luna. I was watching game 2 Alliance Nigma yesterday. I think Alliance picked up the Luna and they just didn't get to play the game of Dota. I mean, they just looked... They weren't even able to showcase what the Luna was able to do. So I do think Raven, though, has always had a very scary Luna, you know, back on some previous rosters. So we'll get to see. It's not like that classic what we've seen in the past, like Luna Visage or something like that is really kind of when the most recent times are really seeing Luna have a lot of success. So how do you feel about the hero as a whole? And do you like this last pick for Blacklist?
I think it can be pretty good. I also want to say that the Luna Shard against Naga Siren should be pretty good if they try to man up and fight against her. The damage mitigation and those glaives spinning around could actually kill the Naga illusions and deal a lot of damage to Naga quite quickly. That shard was terrible at first, by the way, but then it got buffed and now it's pretty passable. I don't think you buy it early, but you can buy it, you know, towards those mid-game fights. Overall, though, the question for this Luna is going to be, how much are you going to get shut down? Last game, Raven had a fantastic time, got a lot of free time farming, but that was also because Bleed were not making too many active moves. This time around, though, their lineup looks aggressive as all hell.
So do we feel like that's the real big turning point here for Bleed and potentially why you might favor them, just with the capability of them to be able to play very aggressive in this second game compared to the previous one?
Yeah, I'm a believer in them turning this around from losing game 1. I think their draft is at least in a spot where they can change what went wrong in last game. The only problem, though, is that I'm not fully on board with the Naga into the heroes like I should my concerns with, but we'll see how they can play around it. If they shut down the Luna in a good way, then Naga can just get too far ahead for her to deal with.
Okay. We'll have to find out. Both these heroes can have a lot of impact throughout the early game as well, depending on some of the supports they're playing with, so see how aggressive that lane's going to be. Although, like you said, KP on the Primal Beast should be able to deal with the Naga quite nicely. And very intrigued on how this Cuckoo Invoker is going to play as well, because I have seen people trying to attempt to put the Invoker as a support, and 5 in particular. I think Tian Ming It looked very good on it for Azure over in China.
Yeah, I think generally the hero does so well from the support role. Normally we see it pos 4, but even pos 5 does a good job trading hits. The Cold Snap and Tornado threat is always there. See a 2-for-2 split here on the runes as KP got a nice little steal, so still gonna be even in the bounty gold.
Carl did get a last hit on illusion, so that was as well for him.
Big.
I'd say slightly favouring, and we'll see how this matchup's going to go. Like we were saying in the draft, the Queen of Pain with the dagger spam versus the melee Earth Spirit could be a little bit more difficult for Corden to be able to manage, so have to put some attention on how fast that bottle's going to come out for him, and of course the water rune kind of control as well between these two.
Yeah, so far Carl doing a good job just focusing in on the Earth Spirit, doing as much auto-attacking as he can early on, and working down that HP, preparing to Shadow Strike harass him later on and keep him really low. This will be a very technical lane for Corden, how he's gonna play it.
And I'm really intrigued on how this dazzle is going to go for Dubu too. Again, I really cannot remember the last time I've seen it dazzle, but you said you felt like the 7.3 patch was a pretty big one in regards to buffs for this hero?
Yeah, 734 buffs towards the ulti. Like, it used to stack indefinitely, right? Every time you cast Bad Juju, if you had previous stacks, it would keep going up from there. So 3 would go to 4, and it doesn't matter if you were 1 second away from it disappearing. Now it's individual, so they will only last for a set duration no matter what. And on top of that, they also lowered it from 30, 25 to 20 on all levels, the duration on those stacks. So it makes him way more playable now. I still think Dazzle is not really a top tier support, but he was hot garbage and now he isn't. So we'll see if he can, show us some interesting stuff here. And they have the combo. The Naga Dazzle is a classic combo. You go for the illusions and then heal bomb. So it can do a lot of damage in lane if you surround with the illusions and get the heal.
Well, what was kind of the thought process then of this last pick? Because you were saying that you felt like Bleed maybe were lacking some team fight. I mean, do they just feel like the save on Dazzle is going to be vital this game? Is it the laning prowess that he's going to be able to provide to help Jackie get out of this lane? Or
yeah, I think mainly it's just getting a strong lane here, something that provides for them to be able to get Naga to farm. Otherwise, could be a tough matchup against this Primal Beast who stomps over.
Should be our first blood as well as Dubu. Gonna give the bonus gold over towards KP, so already a great start for the Primal Beast.
All right, that's the last time we did Dazzle picked. That's it.
No.
That's it. Back to the bans. Back to unavailable.
Courier has been killed.
Oh, not like this, man. Poor Dazzle. And I mean, this lane positioning at the moment is heavily going to favor Blacklist. Looks like with their numbers advantage, they're going to be able to get the Lotus as well. Meanwhile, bottom, we did see DJ be able to pick that one up too. So it does look like, at least the bottom lane for Bleed is going incredibly well. Much better than what we saw in the previous game for Ice.
Yeah, getting a good start here on the Dawnbreaker. At the same time, though, Raven is getting his farm. He's getting his CS on Luna, 12 and 1 right now. So keeping up, not necessarily fully with Naga, but not falling behind in any means. Mid lane, though, looking over to this lane again, as it is an interesting one to talk about. The Queen of Pain from Carl here is being so oppressive. Corden doing what he can, but you can see him sitting at half HP, waiting. He wants those water runes to come as soon as possible.
Awkward timing out of the rolls from Corden. Gonna miss that flag bearer creep as well under the tower. So
yeah.
CS not going his way.
He's getting some help here, though. DJ is coming over, and not only him, but also Dubu coming for a top rune. Tim's helping check top rune, though, on the Queen.
Alright, both mid laners don't get a refill.
Well, the supports are staying hydrated at least. Good stuff.
Yes, at least Corden's got a bounty, so people will be able to get a couple of bottle sips to be working with inside the lane.
But that does mean they runs away from mid for a little bit, so more time for Carl to CS, and yeah, mid lane, he's doing all right on Earth Spirit still. I mean, he's 20 CS, so the important part about still scaling, still getting a lot of CS, he is achieving that.
I wonder what the build's going to be out of Corden. I've really seen it feels like it's two item builds that I've been getting lately. It's like the Vessel Midas, or like the Blade Mail of them from the Earth Spirit, and then you can kind of transition there if you want to go back Midas, maybe Kyron Sunge or Heart potentially. So I mean, it looks like a pretty good blade mail game with all the uncontrollable damage, but we'll see what the route wants to be for Corden.
I completely agree. Yeah, I also think that this is a game where Blade Mail would suit better. It lends itself better to the game with all this uncontrollable AoE damage that will come out. Like Primal Beast might just slam himself when he starts using the Pulverize or something like that. So could be a good way to go about it. We'll see. He's gonna go based on fully regen on the Earth Spirit. We'll come back to mid soon. Meanwhile, top, this Primal Beast doing a good job so far, holding lane back in a good position, but Naga is starting to use some of this jungle as well.
Why is Ice Man? Just getting all his mana burnt. EMP, very cool spell. As at least he's got a Soul Ring. They're actually going to bring Dubu down to bottom. An aggressive glyph with the dive response is going to be there out of the Rubik's teleport. Might be a little bit too late though to protect Raven. They'll get the kill. Meanwhile, Dubu will exchange his life. Do they have
Oh, he's stuck.
From Ice. He's stuck under the tower. The damage continuing to ramp up with that extra assistance they're going to get. And that'll result in a double kill. Great TP from Tims. This is a much needed experience. They're going to have the creeps as well.
DJ?
Get the cold snap procs. DJ is going to give another kill over Blacklist. I mean, they are licking their lips with what just happened bottom lane.
Oh boy, that was a beautiful save onto the Luna as well. I mean, she did go down in the end, but the stop on the Starbreaker from Cuckoo there was on point quickly with the tornado coming out. They just didn't manage to burst her as fast as they would have wanted and get fully punished there, losing every single hero.
And these are supports that will do a lot with experience. Looks like they won't be able to snipe the Wisdom Rune. Ice in a pretty good position to be able to block Cuckoo on the bridge. Also will be a 1-for-1 nonetheless. Cuckoo's going to be able to avoid that last swipe of the Starbreaker.
Yeah, Wisdom Rune's going to be a 1-for-1 with that. DJ going to take the Dire one as at the same time. The KP Primal Beast went back, stacked the Ancients once, and then going to go back to the lane. So nice preparation for the Luna to later on enjoy. We see two supports sitting around bottom. Cuckoo walking under the range creep, kind of revealing the Ghostwalk aura.
The fact that KP is able to play solo is going to be super scary right now. And they are starting to zone him out a little bit, but he still had a really good start to the lane. They want to try and put some more priority onto Raven to get him off to a good start as well. And once he completes the Mask of Madness, there's going to be no concerns. We'll see what they can do off the back of this move, though, from Bleed. Well, not with a kick like that, sliding past both Tims and Cuckoo.
A little bit off the mark there. 10 seconds for the rune still. Gonna go back, try and control the bottom rune. At the same time, Dubu is checking the top one.
We'll be told we've got an illusion to work with. Quite a nice rune now, actually, for Corden. Into the dagger in particular, the cold snap as well. So see what he can look to do with that. And Tread's coming up shortly. Maybe he's going to wait for that item just to help his stats a little bit.
Yeah, still no clue if he's going to go towards that Blade Mill or the Urn build top. We see a little catch onto the Primal, but he does have Onslaught available. Actually, Poison Touch is still on him, but slow from the Uproar. Dazzle just can't get one more attack.
DJ might be able to catch up to him, so still not too much action besides the little fight we had down bottom at the moment. Both carries still being able to find a lot of their farm. Jackie already is got a Yasha queued up and is going to go straight into the Orchid actually after the Yasha. We'll see if he wants to continue with that item build, but do you like it at the moment? Seems like a bit more of an active Naga sign that Jackie's wanting to play.
It seems kind of crazy to go for Orchid's second item. I love the Orchid on Naga, but I think Manta Style is very necessary in this game. We'll see if he's gonna commit to this or if he'll go for something else. Of course, the silence is good against something like Queen or Primal just to be able to stop them from using their abilities. But I would like to see him go for the Manta Style. Meanwhile, on the side of Luna, she also is about to finish up her Mask of Madness and going them for the Dragonlance right after. So only needs 100 gold here.
You have this potential now of Bleed Solar Guardian play across the map, so I think you're definitely looking to try and take a fight. They're already, I think, starting to get set up, maybe to go through a portal. It looked like Dubu and Jackie were starting to pivot over. It's actually going to be Carl that TP's down, but instantly stops the TPs. They're not able to hold Ice down into place, so Yeah, I think we've got to be looking at Bleed. They're going to be the next kind of team to be a little bit more proactive with their plays with this ultimate now from the Dawn.
Yeah, also important to see what Power Rune is going to spawn. We've seen a lot of emphasis on this, and again, so many heroes rotating. Everybody's going for the runes. It's going to be bottom.
Forward once again. Pretty nice tornado with the combo out. Solar Guardian will come into play, but they're not going to be able to hold them into place. Still, they'll continue on to Cuckoo. But even KP wants to make the movement down to bottom as well. We've got a 4-on-4, but who's it going to end up?
Oh, Carl Blink.
KP with the slam should be able to secure the kill into Ice, so the Grave will continue to delay it. Meanwhile, this magnetizes Tick and Blacklist down. They'll be able to get the kill onto Carl. And in the end, it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Both mid laners will be the casualty of war.
A lot of effort being put there, at least for the side of Queen of Pain. Got the kill over onto the Earth Spirit before, or I guess last it went to Cuckoo. But he was around to get the experience, whereas Corden did go down without any real reward for him in that fight. But yeah, Magnetize was just taking there. I still think the Queen ulti kind of just won the fight. Got a nice 3-man connection there. Big Ancient stacks again. Yeah. Farming is the name of the game. We got a triple stack on the Radiant Ancient. Also got a triple over on their big camp there.
All right, we're going to get double Blade Mail. You even have one queued up on Ice as well, who currently see a bit of a smoke, though, from Blacklist. Tims and KP in combination together.
Yeah, see if they can find Jackie here.
Pop it. Does he have the song?
Grave?
Doesn't have it. Dubu's going to be there with the Grave nonetheless. Is there a skill level he can look to put in it? No, he's already leveled up everything. So Tims and KP are able to be rewarded with the kill. But Bleed is starting to respond, though. They'll catch up to Tims. And it looks like KP is just going to be able to walk right past Corden as well. No way.
Oh,
there's the roll. I was gonna say, dude, that'd be a bit too cheeky if that worked out.
Yeah, the optimistic TP out. Not going to get the TP to save there. But they get the Naga. Good takedown for them, at least getting rid of her once. Getting, you know, the distance between these two carries a little bit smaller. Only 100 gold difference now between them. Net worth.
One thing we haven't particularly spoken about too much is Bleed's like inability to be able to take objectives. Do you feel like there needs to be importance of like catapult waves then for them to try and consider about grouping up and maybe being able to open up the map?
It would be nice to be able to use them, but they also didn't really make a move for the early ones. Maybe we'll see it for the 15-minute catapult push towards bottom. I think for now it looks like the timing is just going to be playing towards this Orchid that Naga is going for. And of course another smoke coming in bottom. Corden going together with DJ. They have the lasso this time.
Radiant are
You're going to be able to get a glimpse of Cuckoo.
Good scan.
Yeah. Really good scan. Instantly you see Raven TP's out and Cuckoo goes under the cover of the Ghost Walk. So, I mean, they even bring Jackie down as well to potentially avoid a Blacklist zone smoke towards top. So,
yeah, that was a really good read by them in general. They didn't see anyone mid. They saw the
Cuckoo.
Okay.
That is some crazy stuff I just saw. It just
the jukes.
Sidestep. No way, alright? They've got to lasso him, dude. Cuckoo is being so annoying.
He misses again.
To the right.
Oh, Corden.
Yes, dude. Cuckoo is dancing. Ghost walks back up, alright. They got detection at least. How much time is this wasted?
That took a long time to bring that man down, and he's actually got tip Corden after that for the missed rolls.
Just look what's happening. Dubu is now getting chased down, so they're going to be able to get their own kill. Oh my god.
I mean, he was juking and jiving there on the little invoker. Definitely staying alive for a long time. As the tower pressure is now being put towards top, but they don't have Luna there yet. Oh, Dawn ulti.
Yeah, no stuns to hold him into place though, Carl. Both ultimates, that's magnetized use as well, which we saw was really the main damage source out of them in that previous kind of big team fight that we had between both Bleed and Blacklist. So Raven and KP, they're not going to have any concerns about taking this T1 tower now.
Yeah, they do get a haste rune at least on the Earth Spirit, so he has something to fight, but losing the top tower now and missing that pick off on the Queen with 2 ultis expended, gonna be a little bit costly for them as the rotation comes in mid.
Good mana, bro.
Force out the hastes.
that is a very costly Solar Guardian and Magnetize usage. I don't know if they're going to be able to defend this tower now.
Yeah, it's tough. At least they want to wait for the Naga Orchid. Actually, Naga Teep's in here. There's no way you can defend it, though.
KP's even going to try and chase down some of the members. Jackie, a little bit too speedy, though. 415 movement speed will get out. There's a bit of a stack. Could take for free. Nothing crazy, but some extra farm for KP.
You can trample over it, get 2 illusions for free as well. And this is where it's tough to play this Naga into the lineup that you see from Blacklist, right? The Naga tries to join. Sure, if they had ultis, maybe that could be a fight. I still think it would be tough, though. The Naga timing has to be much later than this. She needs the heart, like you mentioned. She needs a lot of items to become more unkillable here.
KP is going to get a grab onto the Earth Spirit.
Blink.
As well to pump in the damage. Sonic Wave is at the ready if they want to continue to chase, but Carl is not going to look for the kill.
They didn't have vision on
them side.
They didn't have vision on too many heroes, so he didn't want to blink and block the roll. He could have done it there on Queen, but he respected that so many heroes were in Fog of War.
I know there's only a 1,000 net worth lead, but it really looks like the map is starting to get a little bit more difficult to play on Bleed. And I feel like Blacklist now can consider about a pretty early Roche thanks to Cuckoo's itemization. I mean, he's gone Medallion, and I don't know if they need to wait for the Solar Crest, but definitely with a pick-off or 2 towards the top side, you could think about getting Roshan, and we all know what an Aegis can do on Luna. You can just start to walk down objectives.
I agree. I definitely agree. They can make those plays. I think the reason the map feels so scary right now is because of the impact difference from the Dawnbreaker and the Primal Beast. Like, KP is just feeling unkillable with his pipe completed now. Primal Beast, he's charging around very, very confident. Whereas Ice as Ice, he's mainly just tucked away, farming jungle. You know, he's hitting creeps, sure. His net worth isn't that bad, but I feel like the two have a completely different presence in the game. Oh, he's under a ward.
Presence at the moment.
He's about to get jumped.
They'll be able to find the angle. And now Blacklist, I mean, they've got 3 extra heroes to be able to combine with the Dawnbreaker. Not even needing the Sonic Wave. Like, this... the game is just starting to slip out again. I know it's only 2,000, but we saw what Blacklist was able to do in game 1. At the moment, the only person farmed on Bleed is Jackie. Like, your Earth Spirit is not going from Midas. Corden scaling is going to be very limited. He needs to get kills at a quick rate. Otherwise, you're not going to have an Earth Spirit if you want to compare that to what Carl can do as the late game.
Also, the problem is you went for this Orchid on Naga. Now you need to get something for it. If you just wanted to farm, if you're not going to get engaged in anything, because he's still 0, 1, and 0 on the Naga Siren, this Orchid has to pay off somehow. Otherwise, Manta Style would just have been the better choice. So let's see if he can, you know, position himself in a tricky way to maybe get a pick off. Looks like Blacklist, they know about it though. They bring down everyone.
Well, you're now going to have that easy time of like ensnare Orchid into Solar Guardian, which they haven't had prior. They've been trying to do it with the roll, with the stun. The lockdown just hasn't been enough with the Earth Spirit. So let's see if you want to even potentially set up Song into Solar Guardian if they feel like they want to use it aggressively instead of defensively.
Yeah.
You do have DD now for Bleed as well, so it might be time to make a play. You've got great wards across the map to take a fire.
Yeah, they need to make a play soon because the timing is slipping. When you go for Orchid, it's really about when you can make use of it. And right now we see Luna is about to finish up her Manta Style, so she's only 400 gold away from having her own Dispel here. Lotus Orb is the next item coming up from Primal Beast, so he's going to be able to dispel anyone who's near him. And sooner or later, Queen is even going to have some way to deal with Orchid as well.
Do you feel like they just need to force a fight mid? I mean, this tower's going to end up going down, it looks like, from... Never mind, it won't even. They're going to TP back in. So do you feel like Bleed just need to, like, 5-man this tower and just force Blacklist to take a fight?
They're just struggling to get a squeeze on them right now. Blacklist are moving very well around the map, and they're not showing too many weaknesses. They are split pushing bottom with the Naga Illusions, though, trying to force some form of position error here by Blacklist, but they're doing a great job just staying in tight formations. Mid tower should be free here. They could go for it as people went down bottom. Corden is gonna go in and just auto attack it.
Farm is not slowing down from Raven though.
Oh, the jump!
Great tornado timing. Cuckoo disrupts DJ, and now this is messy once again. Looking a little bit awkward. Response is going to be there.
Song.
Jackie can turn with a Song and buy them some time. Is this an escape Song, or do they want to jump?
Oh yeah.
Solid. Looks like Jackie's out. Dubu.
No cold snap.
be able to escape as well. Man, that was very close though.
4-second cooldown, the cold snap almost had it ready in time, but that song expanded. And again, a fight that, you know, you couldn't really take because you just feel a little bit lackluster in these team fights, I think, on the side of Bleed. Let's go through and see what timings they have coming up now. They are only...
Carl? With Solar Guardian, let's see if they're going to go through. Never mind, no Solar Guardian. Dude, he would have died.
He would have. That's actually very confusing why they didn't go for the combo there. That was a pick-off on the core. Just a little bit of sleep at the wheel, I feel, on the combo. And this is again what we saw in game number 1, though. The coordination just isn't really there for Bleed at that crisp level that we see from some of the teams. Like the last game where the team fights, where they go in and try and defend with Corden jumping in, Echo Slam, and then they're just like split pushing and farming on Ice as Ice. They need to play into their the coordination or the combinations that they have. Luna now looking massive, building towards that BKB, and she's getting there pretty rapidly. Sure, Naga is ahead in net worth, but she has a lot more issues in terms of being countered, whereas Luna doesn't have a whole lot of things on the enemy team that she has to be worried about.
It looks like they're playing for Roche at the moment, or at least trying to get themselves set up to get some vision down. You have the Solar Crest picked up on Cuckoo, you can give the Alacrity over to Raven, Watcher's going to be controlled. So we'll see. Song's still down for another 80 seconds, which, you know, could be pretty important inside some of the team fights. Blacklist don't want to consider it yet without a pick-off potentially.
Yeah, looks like...
Never mind.
Looks like Bleed are going to go for a smoke here, moving in towards bottom, as they know the Roche could be what's going to happen here. They need to get Dazzle involved. Dazzle's currently top, trying to work on that Glimmer Cape. But if they're going to go for the smoke move, Dazzle needs to be there. At least Dawnbreaker can ulti in, but finally the TP comes.
It's not a fast Roche as well. They will have time to react. They will know, though, Sentry's going to get placed down, look for the D-ward out of Corden, and he's actually going to roll in aggressively to start the fight. There's the Solar Guardian inside the pit. Will connect onto the Luna. They bounce him out, though. Raven on the outskirts of Roshan now, and he's going to be able to turn with the Eclipse as well. A messy fight once again for Bleed as the initiation just wasn't good enough for them to be able to get a couple kills and then go from there, as Corden will narrowly escape with a roll into the tree. Sunstrike, a little bit wayward. But that means it's a free Roche for Blacklist, and another fight will go their way.
I don't know if that was the flame break or if it was the kick from Earth Spirit, but whatever they did that pushed Luna out of the Roche pit definitely saved her. She was in a bad spot, not having BKB, getting jumped like that. Now they're hanging around. Invoker's on the hunt here.
He's going to be able to get Dubu. Nice start. And of course, there's plenty of heroes to be able to follow up as well. We'll waste some time at the grave. Jack is thinking about going back in. He's got some boys to play with as well. They know the Luna TP top, so there's going to be no carry for Blacklist. This is the fight they've been waiting for. They're going to try and put the attention on the Tims. A pretty good retreat. I mean, now Carl's got the Aegis as well, and all their control is lacking once again. Bleed.
They all get out. They have Dispels. Yeah, they got that Lotus Orb ready. I mean, the timing for this Orchid play just is kind of missed at this point. They already had. They went in and silenced the Primal Beast, but he immediately just Lotuses himself, which also is great to get rid of the end snare, so it's not like it only counters one of your aspects now. And then he uses Uproar, happily just walks away, and even the Kaya Sanj status resistance on the Queen there, keeping her safe as well.
So it kind of feels nice for Tims. He's still the Shadow Wave, so just use that along with the Fade Bolt to be able to clear creep waves, and he's going to be able to get a lot of farm, especially with this Philosopher's Stone.
That's a nice little tool to have. Also, one thing I want to mention this game, Dubu is going for this Glimmer Cape instead of the Shard, but normally we see support Dazzle get the Shard as soon as possible. Like, it's a very, very potent one. You get the ability to kill the Luna Illusions, you get, you know, a short duration little Hex to spam out all the time with your Q, but not prioritizing it yet. Timings now. The Queen of Pain is getting closer to Aghanims, not too far away. Needs 1300 gold to finish that up. And Luna, I believe she has the full... Is it full BKB already? I think.
Rolling Corden. Gonna start onto the Aegis carrier. Nice flame break, stops the onslaught stun. They want to continue with this engagement, though, from Bleed. A lot of attention put onto KP, but the Piper's just shrugging off that Magnetize, so...
He's a terrible target. You can't go on the Primal Beast, not when his team is behind him. Having the Lotus as well. And he's got the Uproar Dispel talent as well in this game, so not a bad thing to have against the Batrider, against the Poison Touch from Dazzle, against the, you know, the Silent, or not Silence, the Magnetize even. There's quite a few things that you can Dispel here.
Yeah, very good game for it. I'm going to see an aggressive smoke as well from Blacklist. They might run into Ice. A pretty good read from them with the Dawnbreaker being away from the team.
Oh no, the Yavu.
Team into the trees. They're just playing so crisp, dude. Blacklist. They've reads across the map.
Okay, he gets out.
Will get out. Solar Guardian will be stolen, though. We'll keep eyes on what Tim's is going to be able to do with his big ultimate now inside these upcoming fights.
And they can go hag run if they want. They don't have Aegis right now, but honestly, with Dawnbreaker not having BKB or ulti available, this is go time. Luna is up on the high ground. If this tower falls, it's extremely hard to defend Rax. They do have the glyph at least. Next creep wave was not cut though. Yeah, but they have a catapult wave, so they don't care. He's too late. And since they don't have glyph for this wave, cutting next wave won't matter at all. Yeah, the moment this tower falls, I think defending barracks is impossible. Look at the glaive starting to bounce around. It is very, very tough to go into.
They're going to glyph for it. Like you said, it seems impossible to try and take this fight, though. Still a catapult, so they don't have to worry about the backdoor protection, even with DJ cutting that wave. It is just a free set of barracks, and it's... And Blacklist have felt uncontested. We'd had a couple of fights, but it really just has not looked close.
No, definitely not. I mean, Blacklist are so clean, dude. The way they're playing this game, their movements are really on point. I don't see anyone on Blacklist being clearly out of position or clearly clueless on what their team is supposed to do at any moment. They're all always playing towards a goal. They always have a goal in mind that they are working towards together. Whereas on the side of Bleed, it's more of a question mark to me. I don't really know what they're doing. They're going towards a late game timing, but what timing is it going to be? Like I said, the carry matchup is not favoring going late game here. It just doesn't look like they have the same sharp execution here that we see from Blacklist.
How much is his butterfly going to be able to turn the tides here for Jackie? Like, is it really that impactful? Because like you said, you've got a lot of ways now to answer the illusions with the Scepter on Carl and with the Primal Beast, like you mentioned in the draft.
Well, I will say respectfully is like the best item he could go for. I'm also going to say not a single bit. It's completely useless for turning the game in terms of like suddenly he's going to be unstoppable. No, there's too much magic damage. Again, the full Aghanims now on Queen of Pain is just going to add even more. Halfway towards Aghanims on the Primal Beast. It is going to increase his DPS on the Naga, but the survivability on the illusions is not going to work. So this is looking grim. They need to get good initiations. They need to find ways to take the fight, use their Dawnbreaker, like we saw earlier when they, you know, tried to catch Queen on bottom and then Dawnbreaker just wasn't there with the ulti. They need to set up these moves and actually execute on them.
Radiant are scanning.
And who are you jumping then? Like, if there's going to be a perfect fight for Bleed, who are the first heroes they need to kill off from Blacklist?
I think you gotta get in on the supports. Gotta get rid of the Invoker and the Rubik. They're causing way too much mayhem in the fight just by disabling. The problem is, Luna is getting massive to the point of just you can't ignore her. Her Daedalus is coming up soon. And he already has the shard queued up, so I like what I see from Raven here. Because this is exactly what I was trying to suggest in the draft, that the shard on Luna now, it's a nice mid-game, you know, late-game kind of team-fight item. And this is sort of timing. He already has a lot of value items. And to then throw in the shard, he will just clear through anyone who steps onto him. Even Dawnbreaker or Earth Spirit, if they get close to Luna when she activates the shard, it will just shred them. Uh-oh. Full team disconnect, lag they say, and off they go.
It's funny, not a lot of people do this anymore, but I mean, Cuckoo's experience, he's been around for a while. I think there were some tournaments back in the day where you had to say pause, you had to actually write like P or pause or something in all chat. We really don't see anyone do that anymore. Yeah, he said it before he did it. That's true. I remember admins, used to crack down on players who hit the pause button without declaring that they needed a pause and the reason for it. State your reason. State reason question mark is that's a funny one. Yeah. But Yeah, you see the old doggies that are still playing around. I mean, again, like we were saying to start this series, there is a lot of them. There is a lot.
I wonder even what the total like experience. You know, in a lot of high-level Dota, it is funny to think about that. But even in this lobby, I wonder how many years total, decades total of experience of professional Dota these players have added up. I would say probably in the 70, 80 years total, maybe more.
It would be a stupid amount. It would be,
one lifetime.
It would be a lot.
One lifetime, yeah.
I mean, really, the two players that aren't is, we spoke about Corden, but now got to keep in mind, like, Jackie as well. Like, this man is a very young star in regards to Southeast Asia. I mean, he's had a great run, won multiple events with Motivate Trust at that time, and then also when he was on Boom as well. They had very good showings for a couple, like, online events too, but he's only been to one international, which was the last one with Boom, and besides that, it's pretty much everyone else with the experience.
Yeah, went to one international. They didn't get super far in that one, but at least got some experience there on the on the big stage, and of course played in many tournaments outside of that. But yeah, he's one of the relatively younger players in terms of competitive experience in this lobby, at least. Yes,
in this one in particular, because like you said, if we really want to go through all of them.
Yeah, this TI player here is the inexperienced guy, it's like, yeah, no, then you kind of set the tone for this qualifier. Like, these guys, they've been around.
Yeah, they've been around the block. I mean, you can go through multiple other rosters as well and be like, even if they haven't been to TI, they've been veterans inside the Southeast Asian region too. So, without a doubt, I mean, and that's what we're going to be seeing like later today in our lower bracket, like round 3 with Neon versus Geek Fam and Army Geniuses versus Boom. There's a lot of veterans that have been around the block there with inside C, but maybe haven't had that opportunity to represent them at TI.
Okay. Are you ready for me to drop some copium here on how to win this game?
Oh, there's no...
It's time. Okay. Okay, listen. They can win this game on the side of Bleed. They need to bait out the Luna BKB with their first jump, right? They need to go on the back line, force out the team fight to start somehow, get the Luna to pop BKB. After the BKB, they need to go on her with Blade Mail on both the Dawnbreaker as well as the Earth Spirit and double Blade Mail her. And then, if she has Shard active, she can't stop it. It's going to keep cutting. She will cut herself down. Or if she just auto attacks a little bit and you double Blade Mail quickly there, this is the play. It's getting complicated here. I don't know, man. Like, it's only a 2,000 gold disadvantage, but it feels very tough. It's like when you have an Alchemist net worth lead, like, oh, he's ahead by 2,000 gold, but they're getting absolutely dumpstered. Like we saw earlier today, the Alchemist versus Naga and TB. He was ahead by 3,000 gold. It didn't really look like it. And this Naga net worth, I want to say, is also monopoly money at this point.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to put it, because really that money at the moment, we're not feeling the true impact of it. Like you said, I mean, Butterfly's probably the best item Jackie's going to be able to go for, but is it really going to, in the end, that just showcases like the draft against the Naga is pretty solid overall, especially with being able to get these key heroes off to a good start. It could be different if the Quap wasn't having a good time or the Primal Beast wasn't having a good time, but these guys are on their way to being able to scale. And when you're thinking about the Luna as well, I appreciate the cope. Double 4-star and Glimmer Cape on Tim's, I think, is going to make it very difficult for them to get a BKB out. Because I mean, if you're gonna spend a BKB, you need to pretty much roll in, use Solar Guardian, or
probably.
Like,
you might not be alive to Blade Mail someone. Yeah.
So like. The potential that's also maybe there is high ground defense with lasso into 4-star back inside the base. Like, this is something that we haven't really spoken about, is that you do have repositioning on Bleed, and once you do that, maybe you can get the supports to break formation. Maybe that helps out with that backline jump, and then all of a sudden, that's another way to expend the BKB on Raven.
Yeah, I mean, they could get to the point. I wonder if he should, instead of going for this Kai Sanj, which is super good, by the way, smoke coming out here from Bleed, maybe going for Aghanim's Rush instead of Kaya Sanj next on Earth Spirit would allow them to get this combo of Batrider, grabbing someone, pulling them back, then you turn them into a stone, kick them all the way back, and suddenly you're fighting in your fountain. Good spot to be.
Which honestly could, as crazy as it sounds, could be like one of your higher probability, the higher win percentage you have maybe to take a team fight. So
So we got two different outs now. We got the Blade Mail cope and we got the Fountain Kick cope.
Right.
Two outs, good odds.
well, come on, Michael, we saw it yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Was it I don't remember if it was day one or yesterday where we saw.
We've seen it.
Back.
We've seen it. I saw it in other regions as well. I'm sure you may have seen it at some point in the Eastern European, but South America, it definitely happened as well. Oh, the high ground push is coming right now, though. This Luna, Solar Crest and Alacrity, the Invoker is there to buffer.
It's a cool read from Blacklist. We saw them kind of playing around this dyed triangle. They were pump faking, expecting Bleed to charge up with the smoke. They know they're playing on the opposite side of the map, so they kind of just wanted to force them back with this small high ground push. No one's budged just yet. Bleed is still going to try and occupy the other side, which is a really powerful position for Jacka to be in. With these illusions, you can cut top, you can cut mid. So he's continuing to get a lot of farm.
Yeah, at the same time, they also see the primal mid, but I think they have to be very careful if they jump this. They don't have the best heroes to burst him. Primal is kind of beyond burst potential at this point with the amount of survivability he has.
Is under attack.
Yeah, dude is under 800 gold away from Scepter now, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the craziest pass. I mean, Riptide without a doubt, and I mean, Luminosity could feel nice as well for some of the sustain on Ice inside the fights, but they'll get a T2 at least.
It's also just the damage, right? Like the splits going around, although suddenly you're playing Aghanim's Labyrinth, which is, you know, fun and all, but not really what you want to do when you're taking a team fight. Adding extra difficulties.
Respawn?
It was pretty fast, I think, but it's going down pretty quickly too with the Solar. And you see Luna Shard is actually DPSing a lot there. Take down the Roche faster.
And they're going to give it to Raven this time as well, because he's going to be a high ground siege. It's the ages to walk it up and end the game. Gonna have to TP back and of course address all their other waves. Looks like mid tier 2 not going to go down to the catapult. Does he deny it? Yes, he will. So all outer towers now claimed at least for Bleed, but yeah, importantly, this age is on Raven. This is the one just to walk it down and look to go for the finishing blow.
Yeah, we see them also starting to push out. They drew on the map. They want to push mid and top out because the lanes are pretty far back. Naga is trying to keep the pressure up with the illusions coming in here, but I think they're going to be able to solidify the lanes a little bit. And like you said, with the ages in hand, that's going to give Raven the confidence to actually siege up the next lane of racks.
Dude, there's only 14 kills I just noticed as well, 31 minutes in. This has been a very interesting game. I was coming into this series expecting some crazy stuff from these two teams. Last game, Bleed only got 6 kills too.
Man, I jinxed it too hard in the start of the draft. I was like, oh, this looks so active, man. It's so great. They got the Bat Rider, they got the Earth Spirit. They're going to be fighting non-stop. It's going to be great, Ares.
I don't know, dude. I see no fighting. We are now at the stage where you're just hoping that maybe Jackie can pull off a miracle here on his Naga Siren.
Yeah, well, the Naga is trying to pull the creep wave back on mid, but it's going to get brought down. The illusions get killed here by the 3 heroes. And while they are split pushing a bit on the side lanes, the push is coming. This Luna is going to crack down your tier 2 tower. Ice is, you know, starting the siege bottom though. Tower. Ice is, you know, starting the siege bottom though. Glyph is available for Radiant, so not gonna lose their creep wave and also gonna fix the push bottom.
These are some items.
Oh, yeah.
Shard completed on the Dazzle, BKB completed on the Naga.
Here comes the tempo. Luna, if this tower falls, again, the defense becomes very hard. You need to fight early against this. Like, waiting until tower fall is not the play. They are splitting with the Dawn for now. Not the fastest, no Deso on the Dawn, so not really matching the tempo here. I think they can just ignore him.
They bought out for the Assault Cuirass as well on Ice, so no buyback.
Yeah.
They smoked.
Sticking around, they're not yet going back. We see maybe a pick-off attempt here with the smoke coming out.
If a fight breaks out now, Ice is not going to have the greatest mana. Like, he can Soul Ring and Solar Guardian, but inside the fight, the spells are going to be limited on what he can use.
Oh yeah, he can only use Solar right now.
Onto Dubu, quick and easy kill. And again, he bought out as well for the Aghanim Shard, so there's going to be no buyback on the Dazzle. Might give them some time for the Naga illusions to clear mid and potentially top as well.
That's gonna be rough. The push is coming 40 seconds, no buyback. The illusions trying as they may to get this mid creep wave, but not gonna work. Even with that butterfly and heart, you're not gonna be able to stand against like all these heroes focusing down the illus. Creep wave is going forward. Every single spell in the book of Invoker is coming out here. Luna is here. High ground siege started, and here comes the glaives, man.
All right. Well, we're looking at a defense down bottom because this one's gone.
Next creep wave also not cut yet, so trying now to pull the creep wave back.
Jackie. Oh, Corden rolling completely off the mark. Corden, a lot of damage on a Raven nonetheless with the use of the Blade Mail. They're still going to be able to blow up Ice, who bought out for the Stoic Trust.
Oh, he has no buyback too.
Jackie kills Carl. All right, let's see if the Nug is going to be able to do it all.
1v9.
Pressure, all the weight is on his back. Jackie, can you continue some crazy feat? Blacklist, they're going to be able to reposition, and Jackie can't get any more.
I mean, they got the queen at least, so that was something. Queen didn't manage to get the cheese off there. I think he just got surprised a little bit by the damage output. And Luna just says, I'm going to go end the game right now. He just 40 seconds, has the Manta soon. They are respawning, and Queen, of course, when she respawns, still doesn't have a way to get here immediately, doesn't have travels on her, so maybe we see them back out here, respect the Aegis timing out as well as the respawns coming up. But again, big tower damage or big base damage being dealt. Jackie looking for the fights. It's going around.
Oh, Jackie. Still no Ice. Gonna be up in 5 seconds. Song should be able to set up for Corden. Potential DJ Lasso as well. We'll see what the target's gonna be. They want to deal with the Rubik. Tim's also in a little bit of danger at the moment, but it means Raven's going uncontested. The Luna damage is starting to ramp up. They'll be able to push some way over to the right side. Corden's able to get some protection out with the roll. Dubu ducks into the trees as well. Glimmer Cape. They don't have any vision at the moment. It's another very messy fight through 3 fights breaking out simultaneously as Ice is going to be able to rejoin off the back of the Solid Guardian.
Oh my god, this fight.
He will still die in the end. Meanwhile, Jackie on the left side, he's got Corden hand in hand to battle with him. But it looks like Bleed, they're going to have to try and get back to the safety of their base, but unfortunately for Dubu, he won't even get anywhere near close to escaping.
Luna gets full HP from the Ancients again. That was like 3 different fights at the same time. The Dazzle almost got away there, managed to run away initially, and Luna got a little bit dangerously low, but stayed safe with the help there coming in from the Rubik, who bit the bullet for him pretty much. And yeah, ultimately a lot of abilities used, but at the end of the day, 2 supports going down, and Cheese still not expended as well, so they still have that on the Queen here.
They're gonna try and take this fire, Bleed. Lose the Watcher Vision. DJ's gonna get a start onto the Invoker. You mentioned earlier they want to try and bring down the supports. A quick and easy kill.
Oh.
Can they even get Cook?
The pipe?
No way. Corden will try and go for the roll, and he snipes it. Meanwhile, look at the damage on the Primal Beast. All right.
Luna in trouble?
Starting to pump out a decent chunk of damage with the Bloodthorn pickup as well. Now they'll turn to Raven. Gotta be cautious though, because the buybacks, they're gonna teep into the outpost. Raven will go uncontested, turns with the Aghanim Shard, snipes down Corden, and now Jackie is in a position where he has to song and TP out. It should be able to cover him, and he's back to base safely.
Yeah, buyback used on the Invoker at least, but that means the push is not gonna stop here. They're gonna keep going. As now the Batride doesn't have Lasso available. Earth Spirit down for 50 seconds. Oh. Luna being a bit cautious about how she approaches this. Maybe respecting that Lasso is about to come off cooldown. It's just 10 seconds until it is back. They can still pack up and wait for the next timing, the next Aegis here as well on the side of Blacklist. Whereas Bleed, now with 2 lanes of barracks gone, it's a little bit tough for them to get out on the map. Raven?
Raven is very split from the team.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Can DJ hunt him? Does he get the read? Oh, they see Raven. What? Dude, that's so much damage.
The Mindbreaker silence.
He's going to jump over there onto Dubu now as well with a Solid Guardian. It'll buy some valuable seconds. Solid Guardian gets stolen. And now Ice, he's got no boys to play with. Just gets down to the low ground thanks to the hammers. Carl's going to pursue. A Grave continuing to make some space, but it's not going to matter. Ice will get nowhere close to any safety of his side of the map. And Accordant as well tries to roll on forward. KP sends his blood in the water.
Yep.
Water's pretty tanky with the heart. 4,000 health they need to go through. Magnetite's going to be a bit of a deterrent as well, but Raven just turns to the objectives. Barracks is now exposed. It's going to be mega creeps unless they're able to put a stop to Blacklist.
Stolen Dawn ulti could go in to save if they overcommit here.
Oh, Gordon, what is that damage?
There it is.
The Sonic Wave as well. There's the stolen Solid Guardian. It'll stun up Jackie. Ensnare used as well. Song is back up. But the job has been accomplished. Megas are there, and they do not even want a bar of Mega Creeps. Blacklist will dismantle Bleed in our second series of the night. So methodical from them.
Yeah, beautiful play from them. 2 games in a row now, we just saw Blacklist completely outplaying Bleed. Their read on the map, how to move, was just very, very flawless, I want to say. The big difference in this game, to me, or this series really, is that Blacklist in both games were extremely cohesive. It always looked like they had a plan where to go, and everybody stuck together that needed to do so. If they split up to go back and defend, it was always in a controlled manner as well. And ultimately, they were the ones to look for engagements more, whereas Bleed, they received that unfortunate push on the Luna. Even if it didn't push her, though, it may still have been a bad fight for them.
Man, continue to break this down because I have no idea what happened that game. It was just such a weird game of Dota.
It was a strange one. I think a lot of it may come back to the fact that mid lane wasn't the easiest. The Earth Spirit into Queen of Pain is a pretty tough matchup, so they didn't get the amount of tempo that we've seen. I mean, we saw Yopash on his Earth Spirit, right, before just being everywhere. We didn't get that sort of feeling from this Earth Spirit. He was unable to really play with super high tempo. But also to me, a lot of it comes back to, you know, not using the tools they have at their disposal. The pickoff they could have gotten on the Queen bottom, where Naga gets an end snare and a silence and Dawnbreaker ulti is ready, like, you gotta get those. You gotta get those kills. I think at this level, with the teams that we have here in the C qualifier, you can't get away with not maximizing your output in a game.
This is 4 series in a row now that Blacklist have been able to get a victory over Bleed. Again, till 1, 2, and 3. In the regular season, they were always able to get those victories. Now it is another series, and this one may have looked the most convincing out of them all. For Blacklist, dude, they have to be so confident going up against SMG, which without a doubt will be a different look of what we saw from Bleed. SMG, doesn't matter what iteration it is a really fast-paced, running-you tempo style of team. So we'll see if Blacklist can handle that, but dude, I'm hoping we get to with the day that Bleed will have, because they're going to be able to have some time to fix some of their issues. But hopefully that is enough time for them to make amends on this series and come back against their next one versus potentially Neon or Geek Fam.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, fortunately, they did have that extra life. This is upper bracket that we just cast here. So even though it was a 2-0 and pretty handedly so, Bleed still have that second chance. Ultimately, the journey is not over for them here, but that means Blacklist, they got to be so happy advancing forward here. And I mean, what a performance by them as a team. Everybody really played solid. Thinking about MVP though, I mean, for this game, I'm probably going to say KP maybe. Like, he was very, very dominant in his pressure that he was exerting this game. He found multiple good pickoffs, and he also just didn't die more than once while also frontlining as hard as he did.
Yeah. Like you said, I think to start though, it was definitely a team victory nonetheless for the boys on Blacklist. Without a doubt, everyone played the role they were required. But I feel like KP in particular, also with his itemization, we saw that Lotus Orb came out at the perfect timing when we were maybe worried about the Orchid. You know, this early Orchid, like you're saying, you need to get kills. That is the reason you are buying this item. It is not going to help you with your farming that much compared to something, you know, on the other build you can go for on the Naga, and you need to get get kills, and we saw the Lotus was able to definitely prevent that. So not only was his play style, but also the itemization was very important for KP. But this was a big team victory for Blacklist. Again, this has to be a lot of confidence for them. They are now in the upper bracket finals. One more series victory puts them in the grand finals, where they just need one more win, and they will be representing Southeast Asia MTI 12. So for us, we still got a lot more series to follow up today. Next up, we're going to have Neon versus Geek Fam. Some quick predictions for that series.
I think I'm probably going to be in favor of Geek Fam for that one. I think it should be a pretty exciting game. I hope that it will have more action-packed stuff going on than the series that we just cast, because this was just not a whole lot of fighting here. And I hate to see teams, be in a position where they just don't really take engagement, and then there's like one fight and it's over, especially if we're talking about going into the lower bracket. In upper bracket, it's one thing, you always have a second chance. You can keep fighting. But Neon Geek Fam, it's one of our lower bracket matchups here, so teams really have to pull out their best and not be sort of asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, like you said, we started with the upper bracket, and now our final two series of the night will be down in that lower bracket. We've had to say goodbye to 5 teams, but to close today, 7 more teams will be going home and eliminated from the hunt to TI 12. So there is a lot on the line for some crazy lower bracket run. Will it be Geek Fam or it will be Neon that go home? We'll have to find out after the break.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Southeast Asian qualifying coverage here on what is day number 3, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, we got 2 series in the books. We got 2 more coming at you here, and that means it's elimination time, baby. So this is going to be fun. Obviously, some great quality content ahead with some awesome teams to be playing. But again, only 2 of these 4 teams will remain alive. I'm Brick CBK, joined by KZU. KZU, it should be a fun couple of series here.
Oh, these are going to be some good series. Also, I don't know if it's RNG, but I feel like we're getting to cast more elimination series than upper bracket series. So I don't know if they want me here to like watch all the players suffer and say like how hard it is if you do lose. But I'm going to focus on, it's only going to be one win in all these matches, my friends. And we already saw... Who was it? It was like Ice and the Bros. They just got knocked down as well. So, everyone is just joining down here.
Well, speaking of who's joining who, we take a look at the brackets and how they've developed after even the first couple of series today. You mentioned Bleed just getting knocked down by Blacklist Rivalry, who's looking really good. Certainly one of the favorites coming into it. Execration also down here. That's the one that may be surprising some people, but putting up a fight. But Team SMG also, again, a very quality team. So they take that series 2-1, and the winner bracket finals is set. But again, there's only that one spot here in Southeast Asia, and there's still so many matches to be played, KZU. So anything can definitely still happen with all these teams that are remaining. But our match that we're going to be doing here, first at least from the elimination side, Neon Esports going up against Geek Fam. Both of these teams, of course, having to compete yesterday in the lower bracket to stay alive to get to this point. But again, only one of these moving on. But hey, I mean, what are your expectations going into this series?
I think it's actually really hard to put fingers on like a favorite. I think that Geek Fam have actually looked very good. They also have a, I guess, European pop star from what I know, Olnet. So the Geek Fam carry, to give a little bit of like maybe history on him. He used to be a pop star. He actually used to be quite low MMR. He is a student of Immortal Faith, who is Geek Fam's coach as far as I'm concerned. And now Olnet is like 10k, 11k MMR. So it's kind of like this very interesting story of you have this quote-unquote noob who over the years just rose up, and now he's actually playing in a TI qualifier, and he's a damn good player.
I mean, this is a good team. They had a 5th seed coming into this, and certainly many people expecting maybe even a bit of run to happen. So it is fun to hear those stories, though. Yeah, it's hey, practice can pay off in the long run.
Yep, it does.
I too get coached by Immortal Faith with his guide, so
there you go.
I can be here in the TI qualifying. No, probably not.
I'm
just gonna shut that one down, but.
Yeah, there's been a mistake. You should be playing in this lobby right now, Rick. I don't know why you're casting.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. The draft is underway, though. We take a look at even one of the teams here preparing for our first game. This is an interesting start. We had the Earth Spirit first pick. That's a Warlock over there.
That is actually a Warlock. It's not a hero we've seen too much of, at least lately. I know that I was tuning into 1 or 2, and we did see like Warlocks come out. The hero did receive some changes, and he does seem, I would say, more playable than before. I don't know if this is just like some... Because I remember this back in the day, both against Earth Spirit, but also with Earth Spirit. When Earth Spirit rolls in, you Fatal Bond, you ult, it feels good. If you lane against Earth Spirit, you just heal and kind of offset the early pressure. So all in all, I'm pretty okay with this Warlock pick.
It is a hero that, as you mentioned, seen a little bit here and there. It's only once so far in Southeast Asia, but overall has been seen 16 times throughout all the qualifiers, 97 records. So there you go. Here to bring the numbers. But yeah, it sounds like on paper, though, maybe kind of makes sense. But it is always interesting, especially a lower played hero. We talked about it even previously here with Enigma for one of these teams. You know, they just love to run the Enigma. They pick it up early on, but no other team is doing that. So sometimes they just have their flavor picks that they like to lean into, and clearly Geek fan of the Warlock.
Yeah, I guess they were the ones to play it, right? I guess they've played it before, and now they pick it early on. I must say that Warlock generally isn't played as much as you just touched on. I think we saw it in like the Western European region once before as well. But as we always say, Dota is so open. You know, maybe you have someone who really likes the hero, or you know exactly how to make it work. So yeah, why not?
Now, Earth Spirit on the other side, we also can't forget, I think even earlier today, maybe it was yesterday as well, but we cats from South America, we had an incident. Yeah. A mid-Earth Spirit is what I'm getting at. I mean, that's a possibility.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's not guaranteed to be a support.
10 seconds.
No, like Earthspirit's actually also, I'd say it's just a strong hero, simply because you can flex it. It doesn't have to be a 4. Like if this is like if you strictly pick the Warlock here because it gives you a good lane and good team fight against the Earthspirit, well, they might as well just chuck the Earthspirit into mid unless you pick a very strong matchup there. But one thing I do like about Warlock is like this new Fatal Bonds. So when you Fatal Bonds people and whoever is linked, if anything ends up dying, aka the creeps, it spawns like a little imp, like a mini golem that just like chases after you, and they're actually fairly annoying.
Okay, so annoying imps coming to the advantage if you're Geek Fam against Neon Esports. Yeah, that's gonna be fun for us at least to see how that's gonna look here for their side. But yeah, Neon Esports having to deal with that, and already dipping in both teams. In fact, a bit of reserve time being used on all these initial bans.
Yeah.
Before the next surge of picks take place, but. There we go. It's making it through the Batrider, the last one on the list. And now let the picks begin. It's going to be a Rubik initially.
Okay, so it's for now. They take away the Batrider to just because I think Warlock is a more of a stationary support. Like he wants to, because he's very slow. He wants the fight to happen at a specific place that he can catch up to and then cast all his spells. So I think Batrider ban makes sense. Rubik Warlock is a bit of a defensive opening, that's for sure. So I do like that Neon. They're kind of like, they're going up with the tempo, like you have this Earth Spirit who can get in, this Monkey King, you have the AA Blast to like solidify the kills too. Yeah, overall, just looks pretty good.
Yeah, you saw Raging Potato right there, the one doing the drafting for the team. From what we can tell for Neon Esports, talking over with the team, but ultimately selecting the Ancient Apparition to go with the Monkey King. So yeah, AA, tends to be one of these more maybe niche heroes, but something we really have seen of Ancient Apparition in general too is that stacking and the creep stacking.
Oh yeah,
setting up those ancient stacks and just all around the jungle for your Naga Siren, your Terrorblade, whatever makes sense, your gyrocopters. So we'll see what direction they go there.
This AA4 has definitely looked very good, and well, obviously I saw it on the screen, but I forgot that Chuan is coaching Neon Esports, so they've got a very old figure as well to help them out. And to go back to what GeekFam were doing with like this, I touched on that it's a very defensive opening when it comes to their supports. Whenever you have that, you need cores that make up for it. So like you will need some type of carries that can go in and like Faceless Voids and Sven's and whatnot. So I like this from GeekFam to like kind of, just help each other out. Make sure that your draft can do what it has to do. Sven's win rate is 100% in how many games? It can't be that many.
Let me actually check that for myself. Wait a second.
It shouldn't be that high. I know the hero's good, and I think he also looks good.
Is 4-0 in Southeast.
It's not bad.
That's the production's on point. How about that? Yeah. All right. That's interesting. Yeah, that's one of those you kind of like, that can't be right. And that's right. Okay.
Oh, Brewmaster.
Brewmaster, yeah, the 4th pick now. We've seen him popping up a couple times. Strong offlane, of course, still has that primal split, but really this has become even more of just this, dare I say, the brawler, obviously with the and he can kind of be that semi-carry even later on.
No, for sure. Brewmaster does seem like... I also feel that over the last years, Brewmaster it's been a very hard hero to make work. So I think some of these smaller buffs that he's been receiving over the last couple of patches are definitely very good. So, he's not just the, haha, look at me, if 3 of me split. Like now he actually has like other spells. He can tank a bit. Yeah, like he has more mobility, so it checks out. Ice Frog, he's back on track.
Only been picked 3 times, as you can see, 16 bans. It is getting banned quite a bit here throughout these Southeast Asian qualifiers, but 2-1 record. Going to get the 4th pick now with GeekFam. So yeah, you also touched on, Sean, the coaching. We talked about Mizri also. It is kind of fun seeing these older name players.
Yeah.
Of course, moving on into that role, becoming those figures, obviously sharing their knowledge and trying to do it from a different perspective, be successful that these players have certainly had as players themselves. So.
Okay, so if you're Neon here, so you're gonna pick a new carry after you do see the Sven and the Brew, which makes this likely a Monkey. Well, I guess Monkey and Earthspirit are both flex. They're gonna be between 2 and 4. They are very similar though, so I would say it's not too hard to counterpick those. Troll pick is very good against Sven. of course, as you know, like what you want against Sven are kind of like man fighters, heroes that can stand their ground. But Brewmaster, not the easiest hero for some of these trolls and Medusas to deal with.
10 seconds.
Yeah, so it's kind of the give and take situation right there. And Neon clearly settling on that. We like the give, or we like the take, I guess. Anyways, they like the matchup against the Sven is that point there. So
For sure.
yeah. Then now the Geek Fam, sure they have an answer with Brewmaster, but yeah, Sven himself not going to be as powerful as they maybe hoped for, especially in that position 1 versus matchup. But now the bans to follow. What, both teams likely still need a mid? I mean, we talked about the Earth Spirit mid.
Yeah, I think Neon maybe need an off lane, whereas Geek Fam definitely need a mid. Like, I'd be super surprised if they did not go for that. Okay, so Neon will have to pick first.
So I'm just King mid we're thinking here. That's what we're gonna at.
Maybe Monkey 4 with Earth Spirit mid. I don't know if I'm missing something. Like maybe there's some offlane Earth Spirit you can run or something like that. But yeah, I'm just gonna assume that they need an offlane. Looks like Geek Fam are thinking of a similar manner. Maybe like I think for Neon, you want another hero that goes in or gives you a team fight. Because right now, sure, Troll's matchup against Sven is good. But there's more to Dota than just a one-on-one matchup. Right now, I'm looking at Geek Fam's like team fight, and it is disgusting. Like they have Brewmaster, they have Golem as well to like delay your Troll's BKB. Because Troll is a hero that can only fight in his BKB duration right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so a way to kind of turn the tides, dare I say, in team fights. Tide Hunter,
perhaps,
maybe for Neon.
Yeah. What else is there? Like I was looking if there's anything that like locks down some BKB Sven or gives you like another way to go in. Because currently, I think when this guy gets his BKB, not much is going to be happening to him other than, well, if Troll wants to man up on him. But I would like if they gave themselves like another timer, so it's not just, okay, Troll uses BKB, therefore we need to win the fight in this duration. Like give him some more backup or like a way where he can play slower in the fight.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah. So what's happening here?
I actually don't. Is it Earth Spirit offlane and Monkey mid? Is it
an apparition mid? I mean, what is happening? Is that Dark Willow core? Yeah. What is going on?
Okay, let's see.
Well, we'll pick Invoker and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So they get last pick Invoker, which of course is very damn good. We'll never really go against that. It's also, I mean, it's incredible when it comes to a hero such as Sven as well. So you just pop the Alacrity on him later, and you kind of got that going for yourself, so that's good.
So it's Ken, he's the mid player, he's playing the Earth Spirit. Kishka on the Dark Willow, that's their off lane, so gonna be a core Dark Willow in that sense.
Interesting.
Yeah, and the Monkey King Ancient Apparition supports.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
To me, it's, did they maybe like the Dark Willow like for the lane matchup purpose? Like, would it be pretty good in the lane matchup against Sven specifically? And that's perhaps that paired up with the Monkey King, that's going to make Sven's life difficult in the laning phase?
I guess so. So, well, at least, yeah. So they knew that Sven was going to be in their lane. They likely wanted a range hero because you have Monkey 4. Monkey 4 with, or Monkey or Earth Spirit 4 without ranged heroes are really hard to play. So there's that.
Yeah.
Well, on first glance, I don't like it. But on the other hand, I have not played it. I have not seen it. So I'm open to be, I'm open to be surprised.
And now, Keizu, we got to give you the chance here as we're loading up into game number 1. Can you remind me who's playing Invoker? What's that a Geek Fam?
Actually, it's our favorite player, Breaky CPK. It's Cox on the Invoker. I'm expecting some huge plays from Mr. Cox here in this game.
Yeah, no, excited to see Cox and what he's able to do for Geek Fam. I've been hearing a lot about him as a player and whatnot.
Yeah, you should. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, he's playing the Invoker. It's always many thing that Cox can do on the Invoker right here. Okay, this is... All right, looking at game number 1. It's an early morning for me.
It's okay. Don't worry. I'll try not to catch you off guard too hard during the game a couple of times. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Well, I must say though, I wasn't too sure about Geek Fam's opening with the double support, but I think they really made up for it with the other picks. Neon Esports as well, I would say that they have... I don't know about surprised me, but I would say that this draft is not super easy to execute, but I'm looking forward to just, you know, having different things being shown to me that they can work, because at the end of the day, it can.
There is also the troll factor, and I don't necessarily mean that positively. Again, the troll warlord, even as we've seen in this very qualifier, yes, it makes sense. You talked about the Sven matchup, and as a carry, certainly can get ridiculous farm and be that very scary core, but there's also the miss side of it that he just falls behind. His ultimate is more of even a troll ability, in the sense that it's not going to do good for him and even hurts him in some senses. So, yeah, curious to see what Troll Warlord comes out this time around.
Okay, it turns out that I thought Raging Potato was a 4-player. Turns out he is playing Core Monkey King when I judge his items, whereas the Dark Willow is playing the position 4. I don't know why he has his items locked, but maybe he's some, you know, Amar the F from the SCA region where he's going to queue up some Midases. He does some funky stuff with his inventory. But, okay, so you've got the Monkey King in the offlane. He's going to be able to out-CS the Sven and get some jingle stacks. So I think that makes it a little better, but still volatile.
Yeah, well, I mean, because I was definitely with you. According, what we're seeing here, Kishka is their more offlane player, so we haven't cast a Neon yet ourselves, so definitely a little bit taken off. I don't know if this is just a hero comfort thing or if they really have, are they just playing these roles permanently? Either way, it is, the support Dark Willow with Core Monkey King in the end, but kind of the point still stands, even that being the case in the matchup into Sven, and now Sven's going to have to be annoyed by that combo, I'm sure. But off the bat, you hear the EMP coming out from Invoker onto the Earth Spirit. The Wex is leveled up, so let the harassment begin with that. But again, we've seen this Earth Spirit mid a couple of times now. Certainly can hold his own, and just even a much quicker, much faster online position for Earth Spirit is essentially what it is.
Yeah, no, Hero's just very good. Like, he's got decent damage, you've got high HP. You have just easy ways to like go around. You make good use of runes too, so I'd say his lane's gonna be okay. I would assume you slightly lose this lane, definitely to Invoker. You just get clicked over time, but you know, you've got the bottle, you've got the water runes, maybe you can look at some rotations. But that's also one thing you have to be aware of, because Earthspirit loves to like TP around and make a quick play. You can't just TP in the lane. Like, there's going to be a cold snap, it's going to be a tornado to like quickly cancel you out. So, slightly annoying matchup, I would say.
Also, slightly annoying. The harassment continues at the top lane. Bramble Maze put down. Good job getting around that, though, between Scam and Olnit. In fact, Olnit wants to go in. Hammer's laid down on a Raging Potato, but only so much damage to assist with. Warlock keeping the Fatal Bonds up, though, and once again, that harassment encounter coming through. So Sven is having a great time early on, 8-3 actually.
No, absolutely.
Monkey King is 4-1, so it's going good for Sven.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey King is the type of hero that you want to like be able to stand your ground and hit the enemy. But when you play into lanes that can push in like this, well, Sven has stun and cleave, and there's Fatal Bond, so you have to worry like about creeps hitting you all the time. And I'm not sure if this Monkey King will get out of the lane what he wants, so we'll have to keep a closer eye on this. Mid lane we did touch up upon. I think Cox and the Invoker should be okay. And bottom lane, AA Troll. That's just a strong lane. I think they should definitely be beating out Brew Rubik by a small margin.
It's a small margin right now. In fact, it's basically even at this point, but yeah, creep lane being even pushed up, so Troll Warlord are gonna keep that slight advantage going. But the mid matchup, it is looking pretty good for Cox and the Invoker. He's 14-4 now, 10-2 on the Earth Spirit, so picking up a bit of momentum right there. Top lane, you see the Bramble Maze once again going down. Olnit able to avoid it. Still going to get the stun of the Boundless Strike, but avoiding the Bramble Maze means he'll survive and walk it off for now. But obviously the pressure continues to come, and as the levels start adding up, you do see more of a threat now, especially with the Dark Will, who is actually sitting on a point currently. We'll see what she ends up getting.
Yeah, I also like that, like, they allowed Raging Potato to get a bit more solo XP. He was level 3 when that whole thing started, while his Willow did just get level 2, so making use of some pretty nice XP levels. Looks like Force down in the bottom lane. He's just going to be like, sure, I'm just going to drag away if they're overpushed. He's got the Ring of Health, so I'd say he's set up to have the kind of early game that he wants.
Yeah, Cold Feet not even online yet for Ancient Apparition, so really not a whole lot he can do against
Castaway.
Needs to be careful. Blood Grenade, gonna be turned. Brewmaster just taking the creep wave this whole time and going for the kill. Going for the first blood, and he will get it. Thanks to Narman on Rubik, able to lift him up and help slam him down. So first blood coming through, and it's Ancient Apparition that falls victim.
Yeah, it's a big deal for Force to be able to get this first blood, but now the creeps are still kind of on him. He's losing a lot of HP. It's a little awkward, but still a trade he will take, as of course first blood. Does give you a lot of gold. It's going to get himself a salve. Yeah, this is not the type of hero that you want to help enable his early game, because Brewmaster with early farm and early XP, he can kick out his troll later with his level 6.
Yeah, just Force really showing how tanky he is even early on. Going to deliver that regen and almost like an axe-like effect right there, where, you know, pulling the creep wave behind, tanking it, and Troll just had to accept that fact and go back to farming elsewhere. So, yeah, Force is having a great time on the Brewmaster so far.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with these heroes like the AAs and these Warlocks like off to the side. In the lane, sure, you can play behind or on the side of your carry, but if you get called out in the jungle against like 3-4 slows, you already know that these heroes, they just die. You have no counterplay as an AA.
Mm-hmm. Troll Warlord is 26-3 though. Of course, some jungle farm thrown in there as well. Mid matchup continues to be the same. It's Invoker slightly ahead of the Earth Spirit. The levels as they get higher though, level 5 now on either side, so more pressure coming out. And we also had 5 minutes into the game, so being nighttime right now, but
yeah,
remain with that 1 kill overall.
I mean, with Brewmaster now having a Vanguard already down bottom against Troll, which is it's one of the best heroes to actually end up getting a Vanguard against, as he's very high on the attack speed. But he's got some magic damage. Let's see, Force, Roots.
The stick used.
Right, easy.
Enough. And they might get 2? No, Narman's fine. But they got the early raid boss, you could suggest, with kind of hyping up for us on the Brewmaster. Finally, they take him out, though.
I mean, that's a very good killer early on still, like for them to get, right? We talk about this Brewmaster, he's got their early Vanguard, but with maybe some of the small buffs coming out to the Whirling Axis and you still having 2 magical spells, you know, kind of putting it into Force, it's got to make sure he stays on full HP, because these are the early kills that Fortune Soul, and generally when you play Troll, like, you want to be amplified as much as possible.
Yeah. What's the Brewmaster build this game? Because honestly, an item like a little bit of mid action, but item like Crimson Guard does feel pretty valuable here with all the physical damage on the other side.
It's definitely an item I think that you could kind of buy. What I see other people generally go for is, well, Vessel is up on the menu, but you've got an Invoker, so you're probably not going for that. I've also seen other people like try and be more greedy when it comes to like a potential Radiance. Like maybe you want to burn him down. I think Pipe is also not too bad if you want to like split it up and go Pipe for your team. Honestly, I think it's pretty open.
Well, it's ultimately up to Force. We obviously see the Vanguard for a while now. We'll see how he develops from here. Top lane, good job by Olnit, as now he's farming up the jungle, chopping down the tree that Monkey King was on. It seemed like Neon might have been trying to set up something, but chops him down, gets the long stun, and has more freedom to work with to continue what's overall a decent game for him. And see the creep scores across the board looking pretty good. Take a look at the net worth, a similar story. Monkey King a little bit behind, but overall, all 3 cores on either side are doing fairly decent here. Troll is leading the way, though.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you're Neon, how do your early looks move? How do your early moves look? Like, do you maybe try to bring your Dark Willow mid to the Earth Spirit that he can make a play there? Because what's really nice with Invoker in this game, if they make a move anywhere else with Earth Spirit, you already know that Cox is going to instantly TP there. And he's a Quasvex Invoker. He will instantly counterplay it. So let's see. That move might be happening now, as Earth Spirit is TPing bottom.
And he is. They go in. The rolls in. Force. Having the TPs now nearby. The Magnetize committed. It is a lot of magic damage. And another roll, keep him in place. There is no support there. Rubik, he was busy doing some stacks, and he does, but losing his teammate in the process.
Oh, great kill. I thought they would just try to help a brother out. It's up top. Raging Potato trying to man up with the Jingoose.
It's kind of forced.
Here comes Mr. Cox.
Yeah.
With a double.
It's going to rotate it with the Evoker. Shadow Realm. coming out, and no chance for Dark Willow. Ends up being a double kill for the Invoker. So talk about those rotations. Both mid players rotating to opposite sides of the map, and they both get kills.
And Cox just knew. He was like, Force, you're dead on the Brewmaster. I need to wait 20 seconds because there's a double kill coming my way, you know? So don't worry about it, bro. I got all this net worth.
And now Brewmaster back at bottom. Continues where he left off as far as his farm goes, but again, Fortune Soul here on Troll Warlord. Continuing to have a good start himself. Ooh, that's an awkward time.
That's a nasty timing. That was like frame perfect. It connects and you pause.
Yeah, the Brewmaster is the one that paused at the bottom, a completely separate thing going on. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting with the return here. Invoker certainly going to be put in a awkward position, but it's maybe giving him a second here to really react with that tornado.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like for now, so he's gonna get kicked back into the wave. I would assume he's gonna lose like half HP-ish, but he's just gonna get out of the kick. They need to look to like connect the Cursed Crown and the Brambles. If it connects like twice, maybe he's in trouble, but just gonna assume he's gonna EMP, Tornado, Cold Snap. You know, he's gonna walk it off all cool and dandy.
Gonna do Invoker things. Even a TP support's gonna come in. Now, I will say Warlock is level 6. He just hit level 6, so Chaotic Offering's online now.
Literally XP perfect level 6.
Yeah.
This is really, it's beautiful on my eyes when I look next to Skem's beautiful experience bar. So yeah, if they overplay, they've got to be careful. There's and they don't know this. I think he may have got this like in fog or whatever. So when a golem rains down on you at 850, I don't think you're ready for it.
Here we go. The Warlock's coming in. Is it going to be used? The mana's gone. Does it go for it? Not yet. There is wand charges on her spirit and does not want to commit such an ability, not knowing for sure if it's going to be a kill or not. So no Chaotic Offering yet.
There's still some very big timings for Geek Fam. You've got the Invoker. Cox is about to finish a Spirit Vessel. You've got the Brew Split as well. So if you're Geek Fam, I think you've got a lot of openings to like just bring your Invoker to bottom. If Neon stay there to fight, trust me, they will annihilate them. Like, absolutely destroy them. So we're already here. Okay, no Vessel this time yet.
Oh, they caught the Earth Spirit rotating over early, and he is dead. And the EMP burns all the mana remaining. Tornado, Cox credit for the kill, and now this tower is susceptible. Troll Warlord agrees. He's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. Oh, that was actually Ancient Apparition nearby, too. Started at TP out, but uh-oh. Now he knows he's in trouble. The Ghost Walk slow hits, and he knows the end is near. Castaway. No Roshan to deny himself. Just a matter of time. The earn charges.
Let's see, make some space with the sticks. Nope, gonna hold those sticks for later. As yeah, it looks so they're probably gonna look to pressure this bot tower, and I still think that this is a very hard defense for Neon. So they should just look to get the Dire safe lane tower, maybe get something done there. Uh-oh, Raging Potato could be in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Look who's here.
There's the kill. Oh, he jumped, he points it. Oh my gosh.
Easy bait by Raging Potato.
Flying through the air as the Chaotic Offering comes slamming down. That was cinematic right there of sorts, but means Monkey King stays alive though, so it can still push, I suppose, with this ability. But yeah, that's got to feel bad if you're a Warlock. It's one of the worst feelings that comes out and nothing really happens.
Gonna like try to push out some waves, maybe form some neutral cams. It looks like they're just gonna try to twin gate back to bottom as Castaway was grabbing himself some experience. He did get level 6, but bottom tower will likely eventually die. Oh, let's see if we got the juke boots on. We do.
Invoker. He wants more. Okay, yeah. Voice of Tornado. They don't know exactly where he is. Castaway is a lot of time for them, if anything.
Oh yeah, easy outplay.
And him though, they know he's here still. They scanned him.
If they don't know where. Oh, Courier.
Now they.
They found him. I'm sorry, bro, but now you're dead. Kill the Courier. Nice, easy clap.
Make them pay. So Cox without a Courier for almost just under 2 minutes now, but finally finds that kill. Look at the top lane though, being pressured by the Radiant. They are going to get the tower kill. So yeah, that was a lot of time. That was a good 20 more seconds than Invoker expected to spin down there, I'm sure.
No, that was pretty good. Like first they get to kind of delay this top move by dodging the golem and everything, go back bottom, your A still get some stuff. The only thing I see that is a little annoying for you is that for Neon. Your Monkey King and Earth Spirit, sure, I wouldn't say that they're similar heroes, but in terms of how they fight and how they move, they are similar in that. Like, they need to kind of go in, like jump in or roll in, go on one target. So I think there's some easy counterplay for GeekFam for now. But this smoke by Neon, I definitely like.
And it's going to be a beauty.
Yeah, see you later.
They can come through with it. The support coming in, not in time though. But Primal Split used. Locked in onto Earth Spirit. So they kill Invoker. It's going to come at a cost perhaps. So
Stolen Terrorize.
Earth Spirit able to roll it out. Terrorize going to also help. And Rubik pushed away as a result. So this Primal Split not going to end up in a turn kill at least yet. As look at Monkey King. He's running down Warlock. Narman also falls. Ancient Apparition critic for the kill over there. So this is looking fantastic for Neon.
That was a really nice play. I liked it a lot. So remember that the tier 1 tower top died earlier, which makes it easier for your offlaner to rotate. It is also a Monkey King, so he just shows up in his mid fight. He kind of cuts them off with the Wukong's command, goes behind them. And beautiful play. Now chipping into the mid tier 1 a little bit. Likely don't want to commit.
Look at Monkey King though. He's setting up. Oh, the tornado just missing. Cox hoping to guess right and ends up not guessing correctly, although it was close. So, Monkey King leaps away, and that will be the end of the fight now. But yeah, very good execution, certainly on the side of Neon.
Yeah.
Sven, though, own it. He is quietly being Sven here in the top lane. And he's got a Mask of Madness.
Just farming the entire map. Fortune Soul isn't too far away, of course, being Troll. And having a good timing on the battlefield is, yeah, Ulna's farm is very high up there. You've got the Spark of Courage, Mask of Madness, Echo, can split that up later. He will definitely look to try and help his team out. I think like some BKB split into the Echo after. It's got the party hat on. He's ready.
Ancient Apparition. Okay, Wisdom Rooms are coming. Ancient Apparition sending the Ice Blast all the way to the top one. Warlock. Never mind, it doesn't come through. He actually used it. I was waiting for him, but he actually used it already. So.
A little too late.
But Earth Spirit is going to still go in and at least make him pay for taking this rune, maybe? Okay, never mind. Ken just wants to get out.
Oh, Raging Potato. He was cut off a tree, I believe, off of the high ground ward. So, cut down, stunned after. And if you were stunned 6 seconds against a Sven, I think you're probably dead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the end result right there. Godstrength comes out and Sven's like, I've been busy farming creeps. Time to farm a hero. Does so. And now it's back to creeps. So, yeah, he's got another 1,500 gold already saved up. Understandably, the pretty typical build here. The BKB is likely going to be next in line. That's going to be scary.
Well, eyes on Ken. Will he be enough? Because they will have to smoke up soon. Because all the plays that they can do, I think, is, well, it looks like they're gearing up for it. It's these three go together, roll Ice Blast, throw up the Bedlam on this Earth Spirit. Because whoever they roll on, I think you are dead. At least if you're alone, as smoke breaks, Ken goes in. Find Mr. Cockers. Terrorize.
And now it's Cockers, all right. Terrorize.
Stolen Bedlam.
Split, though.
It's a strong one.
God, Earth Spirit melts.
Oh, this Stolen Bedlam looks sexy. I like it. You can even like throw it on your Brewmaster. I'm glad that you can do that, because that is nice and strong.
Yeah. Oh, we saw right there. Yeah, good synergy certainly coming out, and they're chasing for more. They're going to catch Dark Willow as well. Monkey King getting into your lane. Still has the Wukong's command. Found the strike. Wukong's throwing.
Okay.
Able to tornado on through. Brewmaster. He's such a tough kill, but it is enough. And now Troll will.
Good Death Blast. Golem.
Troll's disarmed though. Deafening Blast. It's an issue, and there's a nice Ice Path as well. But it's not going to matter. Battle Trance activated. The chase is successful. They kill Invoker. They're going to kill Warlock, but Sven shows up, and oh no. Now you're thinking about trading once again. Hold it. Magnetize on him. Does turn on a Monkey King, but Rubik is still
getting Norman too.
Ken is going to clean up, finishing off the Rubik. So, oh yeah, Earth Spirit, he shows back up after all that and ends up getting the turn kill there.
I mean, there's nice execution from Neon. I think maybe GeekFam, trying to go a little too deep. Raging Potatoes playing these fights really well. He dodged the Golem again by jumping around. There was another nice Wukong's command. Primal springs on after them, and then yeah, Ken just comes back in after respawning. Alright, Fox.
Tier 1. EMP combo.
Ooh.
Earth Spirit on the
they're going for war.
First round. Yeah, Warlock is.
Oh, nice Boundless.
Brew. Raging Potato just sitting on top. They drop Invoker again. Brew's also did. It's just not stopping, Case. They're still going. It's like a continuation of what they did about a minute ago or so, and they're going to get the Rubik as well. He can't get away, although Earthspirit getting very low. Fatal Bond's helping to do some work right here, but he does manage to walk it off. Another double kill for Fortune Soul. This game just definitely taking a turn.
Geek Fam are definitely making mistakes as Neon. I love the speed that they're playing this game at. Like literally just taking the game to Geek Fam being like, okay, what you gonna do about it? You know, they roll on you, Boundless Strike comes in, Raging Potato from the back again. The continuous good Ice Blast as well. Like one after the other. If you're Geek Fam, you need to be more prepared to fight this, or you just split the map. Because right now you're just getting destroyed.
Yeah, it's overall a 1,000 net worth lead, but it feels a bit more than that. It really does, especially how these last couple of fights did go so well for the side of Neon. And this Troll Warlord, he's going to have a BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he's
basically about to click it.
He's doing great. He's got a Fury, not just Fury and BKB, it's Fury, Yasha, BKB. So he's got a very good net worth going on. So I think Geek Fam will now look to involve Olnet in the bigger plays as well. Stormhammer does come out.
Now the Shadow Realm, though, preventing the TP. No, it's canceled, and no chance in the end. So delaying it, but is taken out. BKB also finished on Sven. He didn't use it right there, so he still has the full charges, but obviously great for him, too.
He's also got the God Strength talent, of course, at this point already, as he's incredibly high leveled. He's level 16, Troll about to hit 15. Look to whack away at the tier 1. They need to be a little careful though. If they linger here, Neon, this is definitely a fight that they will look to take.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Cox, oh, he's going to be scouted. He actually, that sentry right there, they pinged him out. A bit of a split up fight. And
he's a goner.
Tough Dog using Chaotic Offering. Wukong's command, Sven still holding that
Battle Trance.
Orca, he has to.
He's got rooted straight up. He's dead.
As soon as he BKB.
Oh, he's not dead.
Unfortunate timing. Olnet is still going to manage to survive, though, thanks to a little bit of support. As Rubik did all that he could, now has a TP away. But Earthspirit goes in. They want the kill.
Good split.
Brewmaster, though, with the split is going to.
Cox!
Oh, Cox is dead. They'll take the secondary there in the Invoker. But Sven at least survives for the side of Geek Fam.
Neon are just playing better Dota right now. I think Geek Fam are getting caught a little bit. I would say that they should consider themselves lucky only losing Cox in this fight. I mean, you did have to expand your top BKB on Sven just to run away. But even that was that got a little too close for my liking.
Yeah. And he was in a very dangerous spot. I mean, even having to use Primal Split very defensively right there just to help save the Sven. Again, not ideal, but certainly necessary at that point by force. But so yeah, Sven stays alive. He's 3-0-2. His farm continues to still be very impressive, contesting with the Troll Warlord. But it does start to taper off a little bit. But I mean, I go back to at the same time, it's still not the biggest of leads. Still only 2,000 net worth overall.
No, that is true.
I mean, does it feel that way to you? Like, is this still a pretty even game, would you say?
It is somewhat even. I would give like right now the momentum is definitely on Neon's side, because so I think right now for Geek Fam, they need to make something happen with this Blink BKB on Olnet. Because if they miss the next 1-2 timings, it's kind of, ooh, Blade Mail, careful.
He was trying to time that. He activated it pretty early, so it was like, all right, it's going to be wearing off here in a second. He went a little too early, though.
Yeah.
So.
I think like these plays right now are very important for Geek Fam, because I feel like they've been struggling a bit over like the last 5-6 minutes. So I think if they can get themselves 1-2 kills on the map and speed it up, give themselves some momentum and confidence again through Olnet Sven, then they're going to be good to go.
Invoker behind the Sven, ready to alacrity. Scan hits. They know that Monkey King perhaps is setting up, and that's the cue for Geek Squad to start falling back for the time being.
Yeah, because for now we haven't seen any of most of the bigger team fights have kind of gone Neon's way, but I think that has come off the back of outplay and Geek Fam not truly being ready. But I think now you've lost a couple of those fights. They're going to have talked about, you know, what's going on. Both their supports holding Philly Stones, Brewmaster holding a Philly Stone. That's why this game is still so even, man. They have 3 people cheating on the gold.
Yeah, Philly Stone pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, Neon are trying to set up a Roche.
They're doing it, but Geek Squad, they're coming. Geek Squad and Geek Fam.
No, stay at Geek Squad, man. It sounds really funny.
I mean,
okay, Force, Terrorize, everything.
Trying to get the kill. Brewmaster before he can ultimate. No, yes they do. He was casting him, but they couldn't get it off. The counter conference could immediately, but Troll Warlord's dying. Battle Trance just in time. As that Ghost Strike Sven was trying to take him out. Battle Trance going to be wearing off the Deafening Blast as it comes down, and Troll Warlord
triple kill. Oh, this is
are real. Castaway's also going to feel the damage. Cambrano attacks on him.
Bam.
Their alacrity applied, and now it's Roshan for Geek Fam.
Ooh, Ulnet Senpai doing some good stuff. Sure, so they do kill the Brewmaster, but I think they literally used everyone and then threw in their family on him as well to try and kill him. Like BKBs, Wukong's command, AA Blast, literally just everything. So, sure, he dies, but then Sven is like, sure, this is free real estate for me.
And he almost still got the primal split off. I mean, it really was half a second away from being cast, and that could have... It was already so bad with the team as in the end result as we saw. So yeah, the point is now it's I go back to that question I just asked you like a minute ago of how is this an even game? Well, not so much anymore. Geek Fam certainly takes control at this point.
Yeah, we might see I think we're starting to see a little bit of this thing where if Troll doesn't win the fight in like the first few seconds of his BKB, it will be very awkward for them to play. And that is a bit of the problem when you play against Brew. In order to kill him, it already takes a while. If he gets split off, he will be able to play these longer drawn-out fights. And there's also war cries, and now supports are starting to get defensive items. So Neon will have to go... They'll need to find some outplays again, like some nice smoke angles, because team fighting will not be easy.
There's a lot to deal with for this Troll Warlord. Obviously, just... the armor of Sven with the Warcry itself. You got Invoker. That Deafening Blast has actually been massive several times. You saw the Disarm popping up on him, and of course, that's no fun for Troll Warlord. Brewmaster doing his stuff with the Cinder Brew. I mean, it's not the friendliest game. And by the way, Brewmaster is going to have a Crimson Guard. It's just about finished.
Yeah, he's got the pipe plus Crimson. Sure, like, because all he has to do, right, like, it's not just sure, it helps you stay alive, but it furthermore goes into this philosophy of how do we play these drafts, or how do we want to play against the Radiant lineup? Well, you want to drag out the fights. You want to make yourself and everyone more tanky to just live these extra couple of seconds. Or even just live to get the split off, because yeah, if he can do that, he's doing a lot. As Ken has a heart. Seems like the new type of flavor build, the Blade Mail into heart.
I saw him building that earlier. I mean... Again, we've seen Sven, if he's not careful, he definitely can do some good damage to himself. So I suppose it makes sense. And you have Invoker just throwing everything down, you know, so it kind of makes sense, but...
Yep.
It's, It also takes away, though, at the same time, it takes away from him going more of that position forced out build. You know, the Blink, the Spirit Vessel, going for these solo kills. Instead, he's just like this big blob almost.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the heart is also pretty nice for you as the Rolling Boulder does scale like with strength. So I guess it's not just making you tanky. Yeah. So we can... Oh, Mr. Cox.
Oh, man.
Roll in, kick back.
Cox in a horrible spot now. That just used, but the Cox right there, the chaotic offering. Oh, the Battle Trance at the last second is going to keep him alive for now. But Earth Spirit, he's melting away. The Blade Mail helping to keep him alive. Cox gets pushed away. And the Wukong's not something you want to fight in. Obviously very aware on the Geek Fam. So they lost the Brewmaster, unable to primal split again.
Nice defense. Like, really nice. You got the Aegis away as there's a stolen Bedlam as Ken kicks in his Dark Willow to show him to Rubik that he can steal it. We're just having some fun. You know, sometimes you have a little bit too much fun for 2 seconds, but Neon with a great hold.
Yeah, killing the Brewmaster before he's able to ultimate is massive. But I will say, clutch by Fortune Soul. Last fight, too, he ended up dying, but he is getting the Battle Trance off just barely. But it did get off yet.
Oh, Cox, my friend.
Invoker's dead. Maybe?
Oh, fine. Easy save.
Oh, those TPs, and now it's turn time.
Oh, here comes Olnit, Monka.
Baits it, down goes Dark.
Oh, the Bedlam.
Monkey King. Assisting. Double kill for Olnit. Geek Fam gets more.
Well, don't want to blame them. If I see a player in my game, his name is Cox, I'll want to kill him too. But he just walks it off. They come in. Not a double kill for Olnit. They'll very happily take that. Getting ever so... Yeah, he's going to have a harpoon completed as well. Yeah, he's going to have to start thinking. He's so fat that all he can do is think about like upgrading the items he already has. Because he's running out of slots.
He is. I mean, Harpoon's fantastic, though. The Silver Edge that finish as mentioned. How about Invoker, though? Back to Cox there. BKB is almost finished on him, too. So that's another BKB that'll come into play. Favorable for the Dire side. And, you know, thinking of that, it almost feels like Brewmaster maybe could use one of the back-to-back fights, unable to primal before, but not an item you usually want to build an MI now.
I would say now, like with a couple of these 4 staffs come out, because your supports do have these Philly Stones and whatnot, it should like help these people out in the front that do get gone on. Like maybe you get one defensive force off, etc. As one here we have not touched on as much is Kishka on the Dark Willow. He's got a Philly Stone of his own, and honestly, he's more than halfway to a Scythe. Like way more than halfway. He's like 2 minutes away. Up, roly roll.
And this could help. Maybe get some hero kills. Warlock found. No ultimate means no chance.
More of a chase.
It's got the auras. Has a lot of wand charges as well.
See you later, nerd.
Simply kill him. Does he primal split? No chance either. So, all right, 2 kills and both staying dead for the time being. That's kind of a little bit of a chaotic situation there for GeekFam. They were fairly spread out and good capital.
If you are split against some of these heroes, I mean, it does sound very simple, but if you get caught by Monkey King Earth Spirit, it reminds me of OG. You're not running away from these heroes. They have like 2-second cooldown spells that catapult them like 1,000 range every time. So you've got to be more careful with these things, because I still feel like that Neon, even though being behind, they're doing a very nice job when it comes to like fighting back and finding small things on the map.
Rubik still has that Bedlam stolen, and it could come into play coming up. Him and Sven both smoke, by the way. They're headed towards Radiant Jungle. You do see Invoker sees these getting TPs, actually support coming in. They saw the Monkey King, I think. Yep, definitely sees him.
Yep.
Brando, there's a cold snap.
Bam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you have died pretty quickly. It's not just as he has the Ogre Seal as well. Flops on over, kills the Ancients.
Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. You are no more. Come on, you had a chance there, kids.
I'd never even heard that before. It's probably some American thing I've never heard of, but my bad. It does make sense. It checks out.
Timing.
That is true. I thought maybe you're just too good. Should be a rapper. There's a scam. You are locked in, my friend. This is a non-walkable gate. Of course, he has a 4 staff, so he'll get on out.
Yeah, so it does feel like a little bit of swing, kind of back and forth. But, I mean, the big picture is certainly still feeling very good for GeekFam, even slightly more ahead when it comes to the net worth, because, yeah, I mean, the biggest factor is Sven continues to get bigger and better. You talked about how he's just upgrading the items that he has. He does have the full Harpoon finish now. And he queues up a Satanic, so of course that Mask of Madness in play.
Yeah.
Could simply split that up.
Yeah, I guess. So Satanic, Refresher, Swift Blink is kind of going to be on the deck for him, but as he is around.
Oh, Blade Mail. Doesn't want to fight into that.
Boundless. Lift back, Stolen Boundless.
Who thought about using it did Rubik, but Monkey King able to get some team support there even with the... I believe he got 4 staffed away as well, so...
It's a big smoke.
Ancient Apparition. Oh, yeah, they're smoking back in. Brewmaster. They can catch Earth Spirit. Get him before the Blade Mail, especially. There's the jump. Good boundless strike. Roll. Nope, back going to be lifted. Out comes Kanak, offering it down. Goes Earth Spirit. He buys back.
Well, that's a quick buyback.
Very quick. Clearly, they want to fight this. Wukongs, of course, don't want to fight in there. They understand that. They let it wear out. And now
Harpoon's done.
Harpoon. Troll Warlord. Troll with the battle trance. Yes, the once again he gets it off just barely with the BKB. Sven trying to
flip flop.
Battle trance has no war. No, battle strike again. The Ice Path put down. Oh, and it turns around. A second, the battle trance is over with the alacrity and just shreds the Monkey King and the Troll. It ain't over yet. On it, blinking in. The meatball's throwing down. Not even necessary. Triple kill for Rubik, actually. That Bedlam's also doing work. You've seen him steal that several times.
He's stolen it like 19 times now. It's just doing a lot. As Ken has, this could be a dieback. Cox finds him.
And the Geek Squad of GeekFam pushing in now. They're going for tier 3. All 5 are dead. The dieback, as mentioned, out for 70 seconds on Earth Spirit. See you later, nerd.
Yeah, that's one lane. They're gonna already go mid, as Cox already made his way there. He's gonna push in that lane as well. Ooh, this is a very, very sizable lead. I love that they continue. Like, they had the Chilling Touch, I think, stolen from from Rubik, if I'm not mistaken, at the back end of that fight too, the cold feed, and then they followed up with the Sven stun to just keep Fortune Soul stuck in place.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And Radiant, without Urspirit, of course, is that chaos creator. He's that front liner. Without him, what do you do? Wukong's thrown down, but the obvious anti-strategy to this is, well, we'll just walk out. So they're going to take out mid-tier 2 as well. So many objectives just done.
Yeah.
As a result of that bond. I mean, look at the net worth lead now. It's up to 22,000. We hadn't been above like 7,000 just prior to that fight.
I mean, also, one of the problems is right now, I think Raging Potato's impact compared to... I mean, his net worth is already not good, being at 11k, but let's say he's a post-4 Monkey King that has a Diffuser Blade with a good ult. I think he will do more than what he has right now. Like, he has Echo Saber BKB. Literally, no one on the Dire team cares that he's in the game right now. Maybe when he has a Skadi, it will be different, but... he's ways away from that. Maybe this Hex on Dark Willow can make a small difference.
Invoker joined up with the team down here. It feels like Neon's a bit desperate.
Ooh, they have a high ground ward. They see Raging Potato.
Curse Crown on Brewmaster off the bat. Gonna be stunned down. Sunstrike, the Urspirit's hit. The Blade Mill's up, and again, another dieback is in the near future. No, he's gonna barely survive for the time being, but the BKB being activated. Raging Potato.
1, 2.
He's trying to run. There's the third. Down goes Monkey King, terrorized by Kishka. These fatal bonds, though, you just constantly seeing them pop up. That's so much damage spreading. There's Dark Willow, buyback from Monkey King, but they're gonna get up to Troll. He's got...
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter. No chance to use it there.
Ultra.
He says, please give me the Rampage.
Yo, Ken, go feed. Go feed, bro. Come on, give him the Rampage. He has a refresher. Yeah, honestly, I like this build because he knows as well, you just need longer fights, I just need double BKB. I mean, apparently he doesn't need double BKB because he didn't have to use it, but imagine that. They win the fight this strongly and he still has Gauss Strength BKB. He has 2 buybacks come out, Fortune Soul. Stolen Ice Blast, see, I call it.
That's over.
Ooh.
It's not official, but we're calling it for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Castaway says, yeah, we agree. It is absolutely over now. Geek Fam takes out Neon here in game 1. Great performance by them. I mean, a game that certainly swung back and forth on the pendulum for the first 25 minutes or so. But Sven never really got addressed as much as he to be. I mean, he talked about the Troll Warlord, but it wasn't enough.
No, he just had he had a great lane. He probably had a free lane, a free early game. Pretty sure he didn't die a single time on Sven. Then, you know, mid-game was a little shaky. His team was maybe feeding a little bit, but, you know, that does tend to happen. But once he was online later, they just go together. I think Narman, a.k.a. my man Hustler, he is a sick Rubik. He had some incredible steals from Boundless Strikes, Bedlamps to Ice Blasts. Gotta be careful, Neon. Gotta be more careful next time around.
Yeah, no, Rubik certainly did plenty of work. One of those, you know, as a lot of these supports doing successful games. Kind of just doing his thing in the back lines and making his carries look that much more impressive. Certainly deserves credit there. So, yeah, you see here about 15 minutes in, this is still a back and forth. I mean, the chaotic offering even coming out there. But, yeah, Troll, this is a fight that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Neon wins. And then, yeah, they kept it going even in the mid lane further. And there was a point where you were like, okay, Neon's really online now. And the Troll Warlord was farmed. He's got the Battle Fury at this point. Seems like they could have, you know, made some big plays off of this, but...
They were doing some decent stuff, but I think this is really where the game turned, right? Like this Roche fight where, like, look at how much they have to throw on this Brewmaster. Like, sure, you kill him, but we touched on it already. Now this top net for Sven, there's no BKBs left. He just gets to walk it off, then gets the Aegis. And I think from this point onward, it was very hard for Neon to play.
Yeah. Yeah, and Invoker positioning himself very well right there. So did Rubik, really preventing Troll Warlord from getting the assistance that he clearly needed at that point.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. That certainly felt like the beginning of the end. And you see there, barely survived. But yeah, and then as we saw many times throughout these fights, we're seeing the highlights, but it really highlighted there at the last fight, those fatal bonds. And this was a first Warlock. He's not getting a lot of attention right now. It's only the second time here in Southeast Asia, these qualifiers, but it did feel pretty good. I mean, the chaotic offering wasn't necessarily the strongest, but Fatal Bond's pretty good.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds is very good. Hero actually looked pretty strong. Like, not even mention like the upheaval and some of like the random heals. Let's see Ice Blast. Oh, stolen spells with Rubik that like blast you out of the map. They are very satisfying. I'm not gonna lie.
especially if you're playing the Rubik. So Narman certainly satisfied with that result. And that was the GG final push right there, about 34 minutes into the game. So Geek Fam, they take game number 1. Best out of 3, though, of course, here in this elimination match now in the lower bracket. Own it. That's an impressive stat line there. 18-0-8 across the board. Again, overall pretty good. 29 assists for Warlock. Fatal Pawns certainly good at picking up those, so you can highlight that as well.
I would say there's 2 people who could be MVPs, but I would assume that I think we should give it to Olnit. He's 18-0. I think he laned well, he played well. Also like the little decisions and like the fight of how he was going in, how he was going out, the items he bought. But yeah, I would give an honorable mention for sure to Narman on the Rubik. Like he did a lot in this game.
God, 81% kill participation, though, as a position of 1. I know Sven's definitely known for fighting, but still,
yeah,
that's also impressive in itself. So, yeah, very, very, very good game by Olnit. But as usual, when position 1s especially are successful, supporting cast around. Certainly worth highlighting, too. But, yeah, Geek Fam, again, goes back to, they're just happy with the victory right here. And as it wasn't guaranteed by any means in the earlier part of this one. They certainly had to duke it out, as you'd expect, as we're getting further on to these qualifiers now, the competition and getting that much tougher.
I think for Neon, I think the early game, they played it very nicely. Even like the earliest stages of the mid game. I know Raging Potato is kind of like a funky, more solo player or offlane player, but I think this Monkey King offlane did not really do it for me. Like, I don't think that's the hero that will counter Sven. And Warlock is also just annoying for you. Just pushes in the lane, he will heal his carry, and then Sven just goes to jungle anyway, even if you do win the lane. So maybe next game around, they can look for something that will make it a little more easy.
Yeah, obviously it's up to them to determine how they're going to be able to do that. But in the end, Neon Esports needs to make those adjustments because clearly that game didn't go as much as they hoped for. So down 1-0. We'll see what they do. But we got that break that is going to be coming up. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Keizu. Game number 2 going to be coming up after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got game number 2. That is basically ready to go. It looks like we are loading into it now. We got Geek Fam versus Neon, and Geek Fam, of course, up 1-0. Best performance as a team, but certainly Sven leading the way there.
Oh, yeah.
In the hands of Olnit. So looking forward to see what happens in game number 2. I'm Break City K, joined by KZ once again. Something else that's worth pointing out, too, I feel like I got it, is that Gyrocopter went unbanned or picked. So
why?
Interesting.
Why is that, my friendo? So I guess, of course, some teams have like their specific preferences and whatnot. Looks like Geek Fam, they played it once and they lost to
Team banned.
SMG when they played at Row Ranger, which is an answer we have seen before. So maybe this time around it's like, oh, yo, guys, Gyro was available. Why didn't we pick it? And then suddenly you see Gyro again.
Could happen here. So far, hasn't banned out, and we got the final ban before the first 2 picks at least come out. So, yeah, and there's something to be said, too, I think, about, again, I don't want to sit here and be like, well, what are you doing? Picking up Earth Spirit for the mid-roll, but it's like, is that really the pick to go with? I mean, yeah, hey, it was game number 1. We'll try something. And again, we've seen the mid-air spirit, so that certainly wasn't out of the question. I guess there was certainly more issues with the draft.
Yeah.
As you were talking about in the hindsight there after the fact. But
yeah, I would blame whoever called Monkey King to be an offlaner. But, that's game 1. It's in the past. I'm sure Chuan was telling them that whoever suggested it is stupid, or maybe himself, if he did it, it's my bad, guys. It's all good. Let's move on. But game 2, Geek Fam get themselves another, very solid but defensive hero to start off the draft with, this time around with the Treant. Just solid hero.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Never really going to question that one. Interesting how they banned out the Rubik, though, for themselves, too. Talk about how they had a fantastic Rubik game last game, but of course, you don't ban it there, then Neon could easily respond with the Rubik pick here. So, taking it away.
Yep. Just, I think some of these first phase bans are pretty... I would say some of them are pretty standard. Maybe not the Rubik as much, but yeah. So then you get a Brewmaster in return pick. It's very good against Treant. I've talked about that before. I've just got the offensive and defensive purging, and generally you lane pretty well.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, so Neon going to be running it themselves this time around.
5 seconds
And from what I'm hearing, too, so Raging Potato apparently is playing their offlane, so I'd expect him to be playing Brewmaster here.
Probably so.
On. Yeah, get that monster drinking. It's a big match here. You got.
Oh yeah, it is. You
team
don't want to be losing here. At least get it to a game 3. Make sure you kind of bust out everything that you've practiced, and put out your best stuff out of here. As first picks are done. I mean, Brewmaster in the last game looked pretty good. I wouldn't say he had an outstanding performance, but he had good impact even from the things that you could not see, right? Like just tanking, being in the front, having like some of these auras as in the back line of Narman. It does say Cox on the wall. I would just like to point it out. Make sure you pay attention to it. There it is again. Thank you.
They're a fan of their teammate. They're fan to get it enhance.
Yeah, of course.
Just really want to make sure that's what it says.
They're a fan of the Cox.
Fan of Cox, their mid player. All right, Phoenix to go with the Brewmaster over on the side of Neon. So
Phoenix has always been very good against, I think, some of these team fighting 5s, such as like Undying and Treant. And I think the easiest way to explain it is that, well, Phoenix lanes well into them. You have long-range saves against some of the Sunray, but most importantly, I think Egg always takes priority. Like, if there's a Tombstone, it doesn't matter. Egg will take priority. Like, it's just stronger in the fight. It will make people run away from it or force to hit it. Same with Overgrowth. You go in with a, like, dive Egg. No one cares that you're Overgrowth. The Treant isn't going to walk in and cast it. So, very good Phoenix pick.
Yeah, a lot of melee going out for Geek Fam. They got their, what we figure is, of course, going to be a support Clockwork and Treant. And then you throw a Darks here on top of that. So Ion Shell's that much better. You vacuum pull in. I mean, there is some great synergy with those 3 heroes, certainly to come on the side of Geek Fam. And that's going to be annoying to deal with for Neon.
Yeah. So Darkseer, of course, yeah, as you touched on, we've got the melees with the Darkseer, who is one of the best heroes at like kind of enabling it. I think the auras from Darkseer will be very good in this game against like Brew and Phoenix. They're not the highest damage heroes. So like getting a pipe, getting some Guardian Greaves in the mix, I would say is pretty good. But Brewmaster also doesn't care that much about Darkseer. You can purge his spells, you can purge the illusions, lift him up in the air.
Sure. That perspective, it's pretty good. So, and none of those three heroes really address the egg yet.
Yeah,
no, not
at all.
Speed, send their melee, so that's also an issue. Yeah, so there is that. So there's kind of two sides to the coin there, as there usually is. Oh wow! Speaking of things you have to worry about killing, well, another one, Tombstone.
There is a lot of it. Yeah, so when you play against these type of spells or these type of heroes, I think as Geek Fam, it would be nice if you have a carry that can easily go in and out of the fight. Because I think, let's say they drop an egg in a Tombstone, I'm not sure you really want to fight into that unless you have some incredible high attack speed hero that's going to buy like a BKB or something. But either way, no matter what carry they pick or which heroes they pick, I would like them to be mobile and kind of like let them decide, okay, this looks good, I can kill the egg. Or like, no, you know, whatever, I'm going to waveform out, I'm going to Queen of Pain blink out, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, a hero that's feels pretty good. That's good at killing those objectives and strong right now. This guy named Gyrocopter. That's
he's banned. Sorry.
Oh, he's banned. Dang it! You know, I had that set up and everything, and then right as I said it,
you were so good and so close, but they're like
cocky right there.
Someone was like, "Yeah, Gyro exists, guys."
All right, never mind. Ember Spirit, though, that's a hero we've also seen plenty of as Neon go in that direction. So, Geek Fam, knowing the mid matchup. Ooh, now we're seeing this hero get banned a bit, but for us at least, the first time that we're gonna get to watch it, so that's exciting.
I like this pick a lot, actually. Like, you've got all these auras. We did kind of talk about, it's nice if you can have a range hero that's gonna have like this BKB. I think the other nice thing, well, depending on our next pick, Geek Fam has like a semi-flex between the Shadow Fiend. Like, he could go mid against the Ember. He could also go safe against Brew Phoenix. I don't think that's like too bad for him. And what Geek Fam needed was this type of hero that they can rally around, right? You've got Clock Tree and you've got a lot of team fight. You've got the Darkseid with the auras too. So yeah, this SF pick, very strong.
Only seen 4 times in all of the qualifiers and has not been seen yet in Southeast Asia.
Interesting.
So, yeah, this is not a pick we're getting to see too often right now in this patch throughout these qualifiers. But yeah, Geek Fam confident with it. Cox the one to play it, of course. Unless it's that safe lane. That is a fair point. We haven't seen some of that safe lane Shadow Fiend that you're talking about too. So, okay, so Slark and then Drow ban on the side of Neon.
Yeah.
As they ban Faceless and Sven themselves. So a lot of position ones are taken away right there.
I mean, the Drow ban just makes a lot of sense. I think like they also see the route of where this SF goes into the mid lane. You just like give him this Drow aura, buff him up even more, and then both of them get more attack speed to also like kill the eggs and tombs. Oh my god, this is disgusting.
It's a safe lane Shadow Fiend, yep, that's for sure.
Okay.
Boy Huskar's here to make Ember's life a living hell.
So if you're Neon, how about you put the Ember safe lane and you pick Sniper or something? So now, I mean, they kind of need to decide, because if you put this Ember mid, I don't really see an Undying or Phoenix ganking those lanes and like offsetting that matchup. So I'm just going to assume that this Huskar will have an absolute free game when it comes to early on. And Neon need to like get through this early mid game to like get their Morphling fat and then get to the team fight. Because if they can, yeah, their late game, their team fighting is strong. But Geek Fam's tempo is, it's nasty.
It certainly is. And I'm sitting here thinking about Huskar too. Again, we know what the matchup's like for Ember Spirit. That's the main reason they picked this, because it's matched up against Ember Spirit. Locking down a Huskar, you know, crowd control, you think is pretty good as far as later on in the game. And I'm kind of looking at Neon's lineup and not necessarily seeing the strongest lockdown from their side. They do have mobility with that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
That can certainly help them get away, but we'll see how that game plays out there. But so yeah, is Huskar going to have a good laning phase at least? Do you see Huskar having potential to be an issue later on?
Yeah, I feel like these first 20-25 minutes, it's all Geek Fam. If Neon can like hold the game without losing too hard, like splitting some waves, Morphling pushes here, Ember cuts some waves there, and like you kind of go about that and you get to delay, they'll be okay. But I feel like Geek Fam have a very high potential to just run them over in this game.
That's definitely speed, and a hero like Darkseer, that is, with the ability of Surge, is of course to help with that too. So yeah, this is setting up to be Potential bloodbath favoring the side of Geek Fam here in game number 2. Already up 1-0. That's if Neon has something to say about it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have plenty to say about it. It's a matter of can they execute to make it work. So hold on. Is there a world where they do send I know Ken's playing the Ember, but could Ember go safe lane? And he said Morphling mid.
Not with picking Morph, I think. Because he then, instead of sacking your Ember, you're sacking your Morph. And that's, I guess, probably even worse. So if they had picked like that's why I was suggesting maybe like you can go Sniper. Sure, I understand that you're playing into Clockwork in the game, but you know, Sniper would be your hard carry, and he just has way better matchups against Huskar and SF, and he could lane mid, but either way, that did not happen, so I will stop talking about it.
The last thing one mentioned there actually was the Shadow Fiend as a kind of word there. Shadow Fiend's a hero that could go magic or physical, right? Being the safe lane, is this definitely more of the physical side, you think?
Yeah, I would say it's more of the physical side because you want to play with the tempo of your Huskar Darkseer. Like, all this Geek Fam draft wants to do, so they're going to do well in lanes. It's nearly a given because you have SF3 safe lane against Brewmaster. You have Huskar mid against Ember. And then you want to like get this first Aegis and like really speed up the game between minute 15. So I'm going to expect a Dragonlance like BKB on SF.
Mm-hmm. Bottom bounty rune.
2 for 2.
The most contesting. It is going to be that 2 for 2, and into the lanes we go now. So, yeah, the mid matchup, though, that's going to be the intriguing one. It is going to be the Ember Spirit going there to be the sacrifice. It's just a matter of how much of a gap there is.
The first couple levels are incredibly crucial because Ember can actually stand his ground early on with like Flame Guard. He can't really. So step 1 that already went horrible is that he got destroyed in the block.
Yep.
So that's not good, but at least he knows how to play this matchup because you need to Flame Guard level 1 and like get the most kind of going here. As he did get himself a CS, so it's a okay starts. But yeah, Cox with a good kind of creep block when it comes to the early laning stage.
Mm-hmm. Setting himself up for even a better position early on. But again, they're certainly going to keep a focus there, but there are other lanes, including this top lane, as Clockwork is going at it with Undying, even Morphling coming over to assist, but in the end, no kills taking place. A lot of clashing potential, though, up there with the Darkseer, and Clockwork is a hero that certainly likes to run at you, but Undying's also a fan of that.
Yeah.
So. Curious how this plays out.
I mean, top lane, you know, Undying's going to be fine. He's going to kind of secure his Morphling to kind of get what he wants. There is one small play for Neon, as Ken is going to take a lot of pressure already. Might be forced to even Fairy Fire towards the end of it. No, probably not. But maybe there's like a way where if Cox overplays, you can have your Phoenix TP mid. Because Phoenix, if he has like a level of dive and Fire Spurs, you know, it's just easy for him to get in as... Yeah, he's just racking up the denies right now for the good old Cox.
Yeah, the 4 gauntlets of strength build as well. So sitting on over already 1,000 life on the Huskar. That's another factor right there. Bottom lane, yeah, Brewmaster backing off as he took some raises. He'll be fine though. But speaking of bottom lane, Shadow Fiend 7-2, Brewmaster 6-0. But Own It is certainly having a good time on the Shadow Fiend so far.
Yeah, and once his SF level 3 timing, I think that's like that's the scary timing that Neon have to kind of get through without dying too much in his bottom lane. Because then you suddenly get 2 raises, maybe you even get a 3rd one, and that really starts to hurt.
Top lane, nice hand clap coming out right there as Darkseer is going to pull the creep wave back, at least attempt to do so the best that he can, dealing with these decay spams. Clockwork's also pulling the creep wave behind the tower that he took from the top side. So yeah, Cox again, that you just see every time we look over here, it's him wailing away with those burning spears. You know, this isn't a dominating lead though necessarily. It's 10-4 versus 8-2.
Yeah, so. No, he's holding his ground for now. I think like around this time, like around 3 minutes in the game, this is where this lane can get out of hand in the mid lane. Scam taking a lot of pressure. This is Kishka on this Phoenix doing a lot of work early on. This is the first blood.
Yep. That is going to be the first blood. The dive committed to make it happen. The double raise hits Raging Potato, but Own It unable to run him down. And could not save his teammates. So yeah, first blood though going the way of Neon. And I guess the next kind of obvious question here, KZU, is do you send support mid sooner than later? Like, do you really try to address this, or is this like an accepted fact that is going
This is definitely the type of thing where you need to be really open to it. If Cox overplays or Ken sees an opening where like he gets a level of chains as he sees a death.
Dead. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
That could happen again. Just simply the right clicks, but it is enough. And to that point, you know what? Are we going to see a TP support? Didn't really happen.
Yeah, I think if you can be slightly higher HP there on Ember while the Husker is like posturing aggressively, you can definitely call for your Phoenix to TP you. Like, yo, I can skill chains. You chain them up close to the tower. Your Phoenix TPs. Because yeah, from here on out, this is where this mid lane just gets explosive.
Bottom lane, Olnik getting some good pressure. The Leech Seed trying to help keep him alive.
Oh, block grenade.
Nothing armor yet. Black grenade.
See ya.
So that's a dead Shadow Fiend. So the chase is successful. So yeah, Treant only level 2, but choosing to value the Nature's Grasp here over the living armor instead, and couldn't help regen more.
Yeah, this is definitely very good for Neon. Like to try and have a little bit of this bottom lane offset, because this means that Phoenix could have an easier time to move later, or if your Bruges has a good game, yeah, sure, maybe he can make some rotations later. You can also like lift up the Huskar, maybe make some moves into the mid lane. So really nice stuff from them.
Shadow Fiend back to the bottom lane though. What's going on down here as a Twin Gate? Undying shows up and Treant's like, what are you doing down here?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
Lane.
Kills his ward and then he's like, okay, whatever, I'll go back top. It's a good stack pull here from Olnit on the SF. Let's get him prepared for him.
Kishka, though, is in the area as we hit 5 minutes. The bounty rune's up. Ember Spirit's coming down here. Ember would love to get involved in a kill, but not really having the opportunity. Gonna instead walk all the way back to the mid lane, simply bottling up the bounty rune. But yeah, look at those denies now. It's just, you knew it was coming with the levels adding up. 26 and 14 for the Husker. Bottom lane, though, he'll be fine this time, but Shadow Fiend, he's continues to get pressure. Ember Spirit's still hanging around. He's still indecisive in what he wants to do right here.
Yeah, he just knows that this mid wave was kind of being held by Cox, but now that there's a siege creep, they're going to start pushing it in. He kind of has a double wave as well on the Huskar. And you've also got the Clockwork in mid, and I mean, Ember, without being level 6, he's not really going to get away from this.
And
So
he's a full level behind level 6 too.
yeah. Alright, Neon do bring the supports, and even the Brewmaster. It's a... Okay, slow, block grenade.
Want this kill. Life Break is ready. He's going to use it, push the back with the inner fire, and he'll survive for now. It's Huskar. He's got the Berserker's
Got the decay.
low, but he is low enough. Okay, the decay does connect, and they do get the kill. So, as you mentioned, it takes 4 heroes, but you know what? They get the kill.
Oh, nice move, I like it. Look at the net worth of the Phoenix and the Brewmaster. They have 4.5k combined. Like, they're doing pretty damn well.
Yeah, Brewmaster certainly having a decent time at the bottom lane. Of course, they got that kill earlier on the Shadow Fiend, and overall, it's 3-1 now, especially with the Huskar kill. Seems like, yeah, Neon certainly moving appropriately.
You've got to look at mid again. Raging Potato, he's picking mid. Like, for now, he's just putting the Phoenix bottom to leech XP while he's sitting mid on the Primal himself. He's not 6 yet. I mean, he's actually also a whole level away, but if Cox overplays, they could be looking for a play here.
Yeah, same thing with Ember, though. Ember's getting close to level 6, but not 6 yet, so they really don't have the best game.
Yeah. They also saw Raging Potato walk through the tier 1, like in between the tier 1 and tier 2, so they know that he's around. He's honestly on a wild goose chase right now, trying to steal a wisdom rune, but it is not here.
Nope, Clockwork already there to pick it up, so denying any chance. And this is a lot of time that Raging Potato is spending not getting anything. So in hindsight, it's almost like, wonder if he's regretting coming over here, because he still is the same level 5, just barely, and hasn't been getting CS either during all this time.
Yeah, I feel like with his early game, well, like his first 5-6 minutes, he really gimped his own game over the last 1.5 minutes. Of course, Phoenix did get a lot, so let's see. We're starting to go back bottom. He's getting ready for the quad Midas. Olnit in a... Yeah, he is dead.
He's dead. There's absolutely nothing Treant can do. Now Ember's also showing up, and now they want Treant. Gonna go for the TP play. Oh,
Close.
actually gets out, so remnant damage not enough. Good escape on his part. No Searing Chains from Ember Spirit either, so getaway successful, but Close call, but again, they get the prime target in the Shadow Fiend at least. So yeah, some time wasted by Brewmaster, sure, but he ends up coming back to the bottom lane and helping to assist what we saw there. And you mentioned Phoenix. Phoenix is level 6.
Yeah, he's
even farming the mid lane now.
He's doing a great job. Like Kishka on this Phoenix, he's holding, as we touched on before. I like his quick buy. He's getting ready for the quad Midas on the Phoenix. His Cox is getting close to his armlet. That will be his first true and big power spike in this game.
Yeah. And Darkseer, we really haven't talked a lot about yet, but it's a typical Darkseer game, kind of just quietly doing his own thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty good so far. The Vanguard's coming, has the mana boots.
Nice Cogs.
So, Cogs is
still dead.
Enough. He is still stopped, and he is killed, but I was also going to say, somebody else we really haven't talked a lot about, KZ, is this Morphling, and his farm is actually very impressive right now.
Fortune Soul is just kind of chilling, as that is just what generally happens as Morph against Darkseer, most certainly. You just kind of free farm. His effort was quite scary. 5k at 9 minutes, he's already queuing up the Yasha. He's got to complete once his courier's back alive, so Neon doing a very nice job here in this early game.
Yeah, certainly adjusting and making the best of the situation here, and even a great one for the Morphling. Again, the lead that he has right now. So it almost seems like it's starting to lean a little bit more on Ona once again, this time playing the Shadow Fiend and what he's able to do. Cox is in trouble, dare I say. The Urn's on him, the Decay, the Tombstone's put down, the Primal Split, and yes, he is. He's in dead trouble. Clockwork getting in here way late. And that's going to be a lost cause for him. He too is going to get taken out. Double kill for Raging Potato. So this Huskar sure had a very good laning phase, but you know what? He already has 2 deaths now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just walking them over. I like how they're playing, and I would say currently this off-lane dual lane from Neon, they're putting their team on the back. Like more than 7k net worth combined, a lot of levels, making the right moves, like coming to mid together for the 2nd time already. It's the only reason why Cox on Huskar is he's not having a good game anymore.
I mean, he has his own supports now nearby. I guess Trent's kind of here. Trent does have overgrowth. Clockwork is somewhat in the vicinity, doing some counter warding. But again, Huskar already dropping a bit of life, and he has to be careful.
Armlet, sir.
And down goes Huskar. The Decay comes out and finishes the job again. He's going to be out for 30 more seconds. Again, Overgrowth ready. Does he use it right here to get away? He's going to try, but it's a lost cause. It's probably should have held on to that one because they really aren't getting away at that point.
I mean, they're falling apart a little bit. Like, you still have a very fat Darkseer. I'm not actually sure what happened. Cox he also didn't even turn on his armlet. Like, he just kind of got whittled down by random spells. But, you know, Neon, make use of that. Fortune Soul connects into mid as well. I love when carry players do this early on to like connect to the moves. As Geek Fam, okay, you've got Force on Darkseer who's having a great game. Nearly has a pipe too. But they're going to have to look at involving him in some of these plays. Because 11 minutes in and we've not really seen them do anything together.
And how about this? Huskar and Ember Spirit are nearly identical net worth now. I mean, that really says something.
Yeah.
About where we're at in this game, and that's Neon's feeling pretty damn good.
Skim, run, my brother.
Can only run so fast though as Phoenix on top, and with Phoenix on top, getting the vision, Fire Spirit's out, and Ken's like, yep, I'll take the kill. And he's, again, basically matching the Huskar at this point. So this bottom tier 1 tower, it too is going to fall, and the slows, that's really like, we mentioned maybe the lack of crowd control from Neon, but yeah. Slow is a crowd control, and they're making that work beautifully.
I mean, they've just got a lot of like dots that they're just throwing on you, right? Some blood grenades, some random cinder brew, some fire spirits, a thunderclap, like whatever it may be. They've got a lot of that. So now, Geek Fam, yeah, you've got the Darkseer clock. It is time to get them involved in the game.
Clockwork hook shots ready.
There's a lot of heroes here for Neon.
There he is. Supernova's not ready. 5 more seconds, it'll be ready. Cox, he jumps in. Primal Split, though, and now he's in trouble. No, the lockdown. Push back, disarm with the inner fire, but it's not enough. He goes down, so does Clockwork. The lift on Darkseer. Oh, no. And nobody else is coming. This is the end of Darkseer. Yeah, you mentioned it is just way too many heroes, though. Way more than Geek Fam expected. They did not expect the whole team to be there.
I mean, they're just destroying them. I think Neon are just like ahead in the game, and also when it comes to how to fight and who to bring. Wherever this Brew and Phoenix are together, I think this team fight is just too much. Or at least if you want to fight as Geek Fam, you need to bring like 4 or 5 heroes. There's even a Manta completed on Fortune Soul.
And not that it's Shadow Fiend's fault by any means, but yeah, only we haven't seen anything out of Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
He's 0-2-0. He is top farming his team, but there's obviously that gap being built between him and the Morphling by quite a bit. So, I mean, Shadow Fiend, we see that he got the Mask of Madness. Going to be going Dragonlance, but especially when you're behind like this, he's not going to really feel the most comfortable fighting. This is a hero that he usually likes to snowball. He's the one that likes that tempo, but not on the other side. Clockwork going in. They got to catch. Finally, they're able to kill the damn bird. Maybe an opening here.
Okay, surge up onto the Treant. Get in there, bro.
You got Huskar in front, Overgrowth helping to lock down Brewmaster, and the rest will TP away. So, yeah, finally something going with Geek Fam as they get 2 kills.
No, they really needed that. I would say the next thing for Geek Fam to try and come back in this game is, okay, so he turns into the SF. Slightly off the mark with the raises, but either way, good pressure. Geek Fam need this first Roche. If they don't get it in this next nighttime, or Neon like fight it and beat them there with some Phoenix Egg Primal Split, this game is in danger territory.
Yeah. Again, top lane, I know, like I was talking about even before, it's Huskar, you know, he's low life, but he's fine. It's, as we've seen multiple times, he's not fine. So he really does need to be careful.
Yeah.
Getting low like that. But he is going to be good now. It does have level 4 Berserker's Blood. And getting some backup with the team there. But man, this Morphling, yeah, the Manta style online, another 1,600 gold already saved up. We saw he also ran into that Shadow Fiend, didn't kill him, but quickly gets Shadow Fiend to just run away and take over that Radiant jungle. Clockwork, speaking of jungle, is up here, and he's already hook shot. So he's just going to keep running, and that will be the end of the pursuit, not wanting to overcommit.
Yeah, well, for what's going to happen is the fact that Fortune Soul will not leave this #1 network spot unless they lose this game. Like, they have they cannot catch this Morphling, so I think they're not even gonna bother. All that Geek Fam can try to do is get your own farm up, get this Roach, and try to like have a decisive fight. But only it could be, this is a 4-man smoke. Ooh, that's a very nice timing on that TP.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 5 more seconds, maybe a different story, but yeah, no, it's able to get out as he gets the read and goes to the mid lane to maybe put a little bit of farm in here. But hell, even Ember Spirit, he's farming this mid lane. He's going to have a Maelstrom soon. So again, he's already done a great job, especially considering the game state and how difficult it was for him in the laning phase. But you can start expecting his impact to be that much more felt. But I mean, you're right, though. That net worth, it is an interesting one to look at because it really is just that Morphling that's just so amplified right now for Neon, where everyone else is kind of contesting with one another. But here's that Roshan here talk.
I mean, I like what Neon are doing. If they're set up here, I think I would not mind if they just go and hit the Roche, to be honest. You've got the Tombstone, you've got the Fledge Golem. If they come to fight you, like you have Phoenix, Brew, and Undying who will just area control for you. And if Geek Fam see the message of Roshan dying, yeah, well, that hurts your soul, most certainly when you're playing Huskar.
They know it's coming because the Rocket scouted it, so they know it's going to pop up in a couple of seconds. And Huskar is going to not feel too good. And really, as a team, Geek Fam's not going to feel too good about seeing that. And yeah, why would you give it to Morphling when he's just so farmed? They're going to throw out the Ember Spirits away to help him out a bit.
Yeah, I guess it's just all Geek Fam can look to play for now. It's like 1 or 2 BKBs. Like maybe get some Huskar BKB, a Manta or a BKB on your SF2 to try and play into this massive team fight of like Brew, Phoenix, and Undying.
That's what I was going to bring up earlier, so I'm kind of glad you did. Yeah, you mentioned Shadow Fiend. It looks like he is going to go that Manta route, but there was part of me that's like, does he go the BKB at this point and just, do they go for like that kind of all-in fight of sorts? But no, he is going to go Yasha Manta.
Yeah, I think you need to keep like a bit more of the scaling or like a less committal where you don't have to like BKB and then run away every time or go for this one big fight. It might just look to like drag it out a bit, try and play an open map, get some BKB Aghanims on your Huskar, try for some split pushing. It's Neon, Dave? They don't want any of that. Like they can just push forward. Like look how strong they are. Dragonlance as well now on your Morph, queuing up the Skadi next.
Yeah, he can do anything he wants, really, but a lot of avoiding going on from Geek Fam. It feels like that's certainly going to favor them for now, and they're trying to take out the mid-tier 1. They're losing a bottom tier 2 in the process, but Treant Protector does make it difficult to truly break through, so they will kill their tier 1 with still plenty of life on the bottom tier 2. Now, so they could TP defend this if they really wanted to, but they're not going to yet, at least.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to delay with some tree armor. I like that Neon are doing really nice stuff. Like the fact that you show your morph, but you smoke everyone else. You know that they want to fight. Force gets chains up.
Darkseer off the bat. He's going to get a vacuum off. No wall use just yet, but Huskar jumping on Undying, and the chase is on to him. But Darkseer, he's just probably going to die. Although Shadow Fiend, nice distance. Ever Spirit, he's feeling the burn himself. He dies, but Huskar is killed off. Supernova. No longer, because Phoenix is picked, but now Morphling showing up, and
Requiem.
Shadow Fiend, yeah, Requiem is going to be good, but is it enough? He's going to throw out some Shadow Raises, not nearly enough, though, at that point. So Darkseer did manage to escape, actually, as he got low there in the beginning, but the rest of his team, they can't say the same.
That was a very nice egg from Kishka again. His Phoenix is on point. Like, he dives, eggs on top of the high ground. It's kind of the egg where, yeah, it dies, but the good eggs are, if it dies, but you kill multiple enemy heroes for it, it's great. And it was like on the high ground, Huskar had to hit it like 5, 6, 7 times because of uphill misses, and instead of getting 1 kill, they get like 3 or 4. So, beautiful team fight.
Yeah, that net worth lead, it really only about 4,000 right now, but it is one of those cases where it feels like perhaps even a bit more. I mean, win probability is 65-35 favoring Neon, but they are going to group up and start pushing out the top lane. Maybe not. They were there, but now they're just deciding to fall back. I have Scotty from Morphling is almost finished as well, so yeah, it continues to be the story of, you know, good luck killing him and dealing with him, so.
I mean, Cox is going to look to get towards this Aghanim Scepter, which later, of course, will give them another type of form of lockdown. And, I mean, the heroes still all farm very fast. Olnit in a bit of trouble. Gets chained up. No Manta yet.
Yeah, they know that. They're trying to force him to panic, and they certainly do. Pipe comes up, though. Overgrowth, the initiation.
Okay, Raging Potato, no split.
Brewmaster getting low. Doesn't have Primal Split yet, so it is going to be a kill. And Geek Fam so far looking decent in this fight. Undying is going to let them know that he's nearby.
Oh, okay.
Vacuum.
Ooh, he will be okay. Finds himself a little Chukso spot. It's got the Philly Zone as well. Close to have a Force Staff. Wisdom Runes are going to come out, so it's going to see some people take that. Maybe some Tormentors as well for both sides. I think we got some good shards. Jetpack it is. Definitely a very entertaining shard.
It is, and hey, just Clockwork especially loves it. Really enhances him game quite a bit. More fun to play with it. Yeah, this Huskar, though, he's kind of the perfect prime example of these heroes that just they absolutely need to snowball to really feel impactful in games, and that just hasn't happened at all, of course. So it's not really being as felt. I mean, Interfire itself is still decent, I suppose, but not a game where you want the Huskar, although that's just obviously not going to change now. So
one of the nice things is that nowadays, like, you've got the Axe build on Huskar, which can still like kind of help you out. So when people like split push, because even when you're behind, his impact is still pretty okay in fights if he does get to hit. And Neon will have to be a little careful. Like, it's going to give them a big lockdown. Maybe you get Requiem after, and I still got my eyes on Force. Like Darkseer in this type of game. You're playing against a super fat carry, but it also means that your wall illusion is going to be just as strong.
Ooh, Undying, by the way, nearly dying to that Tormentor. But he actually does survive, and Morphling will finish it to allow Undying to pick up that shard himself. So, nice saving tool of using that Tombstone.
Yep, that will, well, that's going to be one's type of save for sure. If there's some Requiem later, or if Huskar does get this Axe, we can save him out. Yeah, 4K lead, and Neon's draft, it just scales really nicely. And
yeah,
Fortune Soul, he is not going anywhere. He will stay at the top.
Hey, talking about that earlier, it's even grown now, so Morphling, very, very comfortable game himself. Top lane, I will say, Ember Spirit's pushing this out. He's potential to be collapsed on as, never mind, he's already out of there. Ken was feeling something.
They have a Hex on Phoenix. It is, they're so disgustingly strong.
Yeah. And he's using that hand
Under a ward, though.
Billy Stone.
So they should know.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if do they want to take the high ground and fight back. They don't have SF. Darkseer is not super close yet. Looks like they're making the call to fight.
They're
Only is TPing.
not necessarily right as they come uphill, but Clockwork goes in on a dime, and Morphling puts in the damage. Phoenix trying to position for an egg. This could be the Sunray for now. The Overgrowth, Huskar, having to be run away. Lift on a Shadow Fiend. He's brought down, but Huskar just melted. Requiem is going to go off, but the lift right after the right.
I'm dying.
As Darkseer, he's in trouble. So yeah, and Dying is killed off, but the Supernova explodes, and Shadow Fiend, that's not a fight you're going to win, buddy. Requiem with a death, but that's 4 dead.
I mean, just a good move from Neon, but they have to question Geek Fam. They knew what was coming, and they made a conscious choice that, yeah, we want to fight this, we want to do it like that. But if you do, I feel you need to bring, the moment you see the smoke and you want to fight, everyone needs to TP and be there. Like, I don't really blame Olnet. I feel he probably felt like, this is not a fight I want to take, but then, you know, you got to be on the same page and tell them to call it off.
Yeah, indecisiveness clearly a potential issue there. And yeah, I mean, I go back to just their positioning because, yeah, they definitely saw with that war, from what we could tell, that to fight it, but to not fight like right on as they came up. It gave them a good amount of time before any kind of jump happened. But yeah, either way, Neon certainly played.
Hook shot, push back.
Morphling?
Oh, they got him out of the waveform with the vacuum.
But it's still a very farm Morphling. Is going to actually morph into the Huskar as well.
Yep, never mind. I'm just fake hyping. So, maybe, no, never mind. He's just being Morphling. It's going to make a lot of HP out of thin air, turn into some other bros as well. Well, second Roche is going to be the next biggest thing on the menu here.
Yeah, 1 minute before that Roshan will spawn, as we can see. Trant delaying once again as that armor goes up on the tower, so they're probably not going to get the tier 2 for now.
Radiant are scanning.
And Neon trying to figure out what they want to do from here. You talk about Roshan, again, 45 seconds now, so he could have been up by now. A little surprised that Neon hasn't even checked it yet, but they are starting to head that direction. As the Rocket's also going to scout from the Radiant side, they'll see that it's not up, but the pings are coming out, and you can feel that Neon is interested in perhaps doing that Roshan.
Yep, they know what's up. It's okay, gonna go bottom for a bit because they know that Olnit's around, but I don't think they're gonna get him here. It's very likely they're just gonna step back up to top. Also a good scan. He kind of feels it that they're pushing forward. And Network looks a little bit funny. It looks more like some maybe Alchemist type game where Fortune Soul is 6,000 gold ahead of the next Radiant hero.
Yeah, and how, I mean, we've talked about it a couple times, but it required plenty of teammate support, but yeah, Ken just got to be feeling on cloud 9 right now.
Oh, for sure.
The fact that he's second in net worth with a Huskar lane that wasn't going his way at all, as expected.
Yep.
And yeah, good avoidance right there as well. So yeah, his game is completely opened up now too, and he's a very relevant factor.
They will also see SF now in the mid wave, so there's going to be a lot of confidence for Neon, at least for a while, because they know that, okay, well, if they're coming to contest, they're not all together. There's a Tombstone, Fletch Golem as well to kill it fast. It looks like there's the call has been made. It's time to give it up.
Yep, no chance. I saw the mini map, the Radiant heroes, they turned as soon as that rocket hit. It's like, oh, do we go for this? And never mind. It's just, what's the point? It's a lost cause. They are going to give it up, and this time it will be an Aegis for Morphling. The just in case. I'm looking at his items. It's like, I don't think he's dying. But, you know, the just in case. We saw a little bit of that potential from Geek Squad that if they time it correctly, you know, maybe. So
it's just the case where a lot of the times, like, your first Aegis is more like you gain more of the map and like maybe an outer tower or whatever, but then second Aegis, you generally have enough items, like it's kind of gold time. You're also 11k gold ahead, that I think with this Aegis, you want to start pressuring the high ground.
A cheese priority to the Phoenix as well. Currently in his backpack, but he'll have that to use when and if the time calls for it. But right now, Geek Fam pushing out bottom, on it on Shadow Fiend. talk about a completely different game. As Sven, it was just so dominant, deserving of the MVP and everything. But this game, 0-4-0 on the safe lane Shadow Fiend. It's just, it ain't feeling good.
Certainly not. And we've got an AC soon as well on Raging Potato that will fully offset, or nearly fully offset, Olnit's SF Aura as well. And of course, going to help your support stay alive, going to help your Morph to dish out the damage. And if you're Neon, I feel like, yeah, it's knock time. It's like, okay, Geek Fam, who's home?
Not a lot of heroes just yet, but they're TPing in, and they're going to answer the call. Bottom tier 2 is taken out. Shadow Fiend's still pushing. He's going to try to get Neon to maybe react, to try to see if they're going to be scared, but probably not. Neon definitely going to win this race, so Shadow Fiend, he is TPing in now. There we go. There's the cog. Where's the vacuum? Nope, nothing yet. Again, he's got an Aegis, so you got to be careful about overcommitting to him.
Okay, they're looking. Manta, Glyph.
Morphling just doesn't even care. He's hitting the objective that whole time.
Well, racks are low and no Glyph. If they let this Morph hit for just like 3 seconds, this racks will be gone.
There's a Satanic. He just heals up to full. Clockwork, there's the Rex. That melee Rex. The Primal Split already used. Running down the Clockwork, who's actually getting very low. Manages to keep his distance, though.
No, Brewmaster, he helps with the push quite a lot. Like, it's not like you've got the Earth Spirit, which deals a lot of damage to buildings. You've got the AC Aura. This is just the second Rax falling for nothing.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, how do you really initiate this? I guess this is how. The Clockwork Cog's coming out. The lift on a Shadow Fiend as soon as it happens. So he's completely taken out of the fight for a good 5 seconds or so. Raging Potato. No more Primal Split. Overgrowth. Gets 4 staff, though, and he is good. Ember Spear flying back in, but Clockwork so far the only one that's dead hero-wise. The damage clearly done, though, by Neon. They get 2 melee racks, and now they figure it's time to maybe fall back.
Yeah, like they've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis, so like you could fall back, you can heal up, spend your gold, and go do it again. Geek Fam have their eyes on this DD rune that they do see, and that could be the saving grace for like the coming team fight.
Well, there you go. Olnit picks it up. Gets a flank position, has Silver Edge. And the Dire team, yeah, there was no vision for the Dire team in that area, so this could be a surprise. Although they scan behind them and it hits. Oh, what a scan. What a scan.
Oh.
Battlefield, no! The run gets canceled. He does get it off.
Oh, Raging Potato, vacuum.
Vacuum combo. That is a lot of damage coming out. Brewmaster does go down, as does Odine. Supernova in the midst of it. The focus is on from Shadow Fiend.
Oh, the use.
They'll take it out as well. It's looking decent for Geek Fan. They lost Huskar, but now can go in toe-to-toe with Shadow Fiend. But here's Morphling. Morphling shows up, and look at the life pool of Shadow Fiend start dropping. He's out for 70 seconds with no buyback. So the start was fairly prime, but the end, maybe not so much. Although, Huskar buyback and actually Morphling.
So that's an Aegis for now. Oh, yeah. Waveform Satanic.
That Satanic, that combo is beautiful with the level 20. Overgrowth, though, they're going to burn this Aegis, all right. They clearly got some good damage.
They've got a new life break as well. They got him.
You can't use it just yet. The life break in.
Oh, they don't. Oh, they do. Nice vac.
Vacuum pulls him right back in, and down goes Morphling. So Geek Fam says it ain't over yet.
You force for some nice timings, and these are the type of moves that I love to see from teams that are behind, and especially like from carry players. Like you find this DD and you just go from behind, because you know if you just do some normal play from the front, they're just gonna take your last racks and then game's over. So you gotta take a risk. You go from behind to only get some 3-man Requiem into like vacuum to start the fight. And honestly, that's like a really big play, and they get to hold.
Yeah, and you made the call earlier about Huskar still being fairly relevant, if anything, because of this Ags, and that definitely is a key to helping to kill that the Morphling that is as well. So yeah, I gotta say I'm surprised myself, as I'm sure Neon is a little bit, that they actually held somewhat right there. And Geek Fam wants to just keep the pressure up while they have a bit of an opening. 25 more seconds of Morphling. They think the smoke and go deep into the Dire side.
They've got the Blink plus Aghanims on Huskar, so anyone they run into, he's basically like an axe right now. He's just going to force you to hit him. It could be enough lockdown for the SF to like truck you down or follow up with a Requiem. So you've got to be a little careful if you're Neon on the map now.
And they are. I mean, you look at where they are.
Yeah.
They're basically all in their base. They're waiting for the big boy Morphling to come back up, and he is back up now. So that was also the Tormentor kill, as we saw. Ember Spirit gets the Aghanim Shard to go with the Aghanim Scepter he has himself. So building up more as well. 5 players smoke at bottom. Geek Fam hoping that Neon gets greedy down here, but it ain't happening right now. Credit to Neon for playing disciplined when they have a decent lead like this.
Yeah. Okay, so it's 5-man smoke, because Geek Fam have a lot of vision in this dire triangle. But unless they catch one off guard here, looks like Neon are doing a good job not really walking there, as they just want to go straight to bottom. Like, they're just pinging down the bottom tier 3 tower. They know what objective they want.
We've seen this before. It's Shadow Fiend just still over here by himself, but he is going to start TPing now, and Brewmaster juking a little bit, but finally commits to the Primal Split. Remnants are dead.
They're trying to bait the illusion.
A lift on Huskar. Yeah, the illusion Morphling. That's baited. That's not real, guys. They realize now.
They barely canceled that Requiem, actually. That was a nice try. Either way, now into the real push.
That real one's certainly there now.
They still have lift.
Take the damage.
Half HP. All right, there it is.
There you go. Shadow Fiend lifted again. He doesn't have a blink, so his Requiem can't necessarily be the greatest. BKB from Morphling as soon as the life break went in, and Huskar's dead for 95. Requiem goes up, but that BKB Morphling doesn't seem to care too much. Kills clock.
Got the Huskar too.
For buyback. Yeah, Huskar's out for 85. No buyback for him, so that life break not going to be used. Shadow Fiend, he just doesn't have enough lockdown to work with at this point, it feels like. That's going to be mega creeps, and Ember Spirit now zip-zapping around with the remnants. And the push further in from Neon. Really trying to finish this game and force that third and final one. On the verge of doing so.
Looks like they will be successful. It's got Megas to hero stab without buyback. Neon honestly doing a lot of things right when it comes to this game. It's tier 4's fall. Throne is up next. That's a quick kill.
Oh,
the 5-man vacuum.
Lived. Wow, the vacuum play for Darkseer keeps him alive, but it's just a little flashiness as the game. It is going to be officially over. It is Neon taking it and forcing a third and final game. How about that? You love to see this in these elimination matches going the distance.
This is a nice fight back from them. I think this was not a very easy game for them to play, but they did really well in their lanes, especially this off-lane dueling. Like, doing so well between Raging Potato and Kishka to fight back there, make some moves to mid, and then offset that matchup too. And then overall just, yeah, playing nicely and better when it comes to the overall gameplay.
Yeah, this is a game where you could certainly highlight basically every player on the Dire side, and I truly mean that, even Ember Spirit, because again, a very unfavorable matchup, as we all know, in that laning phase. But managed to be patient enough, obviously got team support to help him recover, but the fact that he ended as basically the second strongest carry in the game behind his overfarmed Morphling really does say something. But yeah, 30 minutes by now. At this point, this was that maybe the chance, the opening for Geek Fam with any sense of a comeback. You mentioned Old It with you love to see these plays being made, especially when you're behind. And I mean, when they killed the Morphling in the base, it's like, okay, maybe there is some hope. But yeah, the patience from Neon more so to reset and eventually take care of business was there. It was just too little too late at this point.
Yeah, no, they just played nice, right? They know who to play around with the Morph. He's got the Aegis, but for Geek Fam, it still gives me quite a bit of confidence to see some of these plays come out, where it's like, okay, they kind of know still how they need to go about it, to go back and forth and try and bring back the game. But yeah, I must say, Neon's the way they played this game with the momentum and confidence too, I think will give them a huge lead into this game 3.
Yeah, they certainly kind of had that advantage there as far as the mental game goes, for sure. And this is definitely one of those series. We've seen this so many times before in Dota 2, throughout these tournament matches, where you have one team that looks pretty dominant in the first game, and then kind of that teeter-totter the other way in game number 2. Obviously, drafts play such an important role. But again, even on paper, there's reason to believe that Geek Fam certainly had some good advantages. I keep going back to that mid matchup, especially across the board. That it made sense what they were going for, a very high tempo potential lineup. But credit to Neon really for keeping that in check early on, slowing things down, adjusting, adapting, and you really love to see that because that truly is the hardest thing to do in this level of play, especially with Dota 2, in my opinion, and they performed very well and deserving of that victory. So 1-1, as you see the stat line right there across the board. And one of these cases, again, there's certainly candidates across the board, KZU, that we can do for the MVP here. But I think you mentioned it earlier on, and Phoenix, man. Phoenix, as a support, he had high impact in this game. Yeah,
I think they heavily worked on overtime in this offlane dual lane, especially Raging Potato and Kishka. Like, look at it. 90% kill participation. He was mid early when the first kill came out on Husker. He was there when the second kill came out. He had great eggs, nice itemization. Overall, yeah, I feel like this offlane duo, even though Fortune Soul, of course, he held his ground. He played a very clean game on the Morphling. I think they were the reason why this game was like turned so upside down. Yeah.
Well, again, this is going to be it now for one of these two teams. This will be the final game of this season.
Yeah.
As that is what it's on the line. Only that one spot for TI here in the lower bracket now here for Southeast Asia. So one of these two teams going to be coming to an end, but the happy side of it, obviously, the other team advancing on and will be staying alive. That's what we're bound to find out next. So, KZU, anything else before we go into the break?
It's I think just time for these teams to take a breather, because as you said, one more loss will kind of, it will seal the deal. You will not be at TI, so this next game, probably one of your most important games ever. It's time to take a quick breather, quick snack, maybe a quick pep talk, and it's time to go.
Well said. Ladies and gentlemen, Breaking CBK joined by KZU. Game 3. We're coming up next.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.